The world changed, and not because of shifting tectonic plates or a volcano blowing its top. The real reason was monsters, spawning across the globe without warning and pushing the planet to the edge of extinction. The hero exhales heavily, overwhelmed by how many there are, knowing they all came into existence because of the tower, a mystical structure that granted monsters power and authority, a place humans now call the Devil's Tower. It earned that name because everyone dreamed of conquering it. Inside lies everything one could ever crave: power, destiny, honor. Conquer the tower and you get whatever you desire, as long as you clear every trial crafted just for you. A colossal tower with 999 floors, ruled by gods and demons alike. World leaders tried to shield humanity from it, but no one could stop people from chasing it, just as the gods and demons had warned. Anyone who tried to block others from approaching the tower was punished, and for 5 years now, humanity has been challenging it non-stop. And now, for the first time, humanity stands at the attempt to conquer the 600th floor. The hero was already about to strike. Then countless explosions erupted. He roared in fury, realizing the Star Nine were trying to stop him again, claiming he did not even understand what he was doing. Among the millions who challenged the tower, 9 individuals stood above the rest. Through magic and divine energy, they gained power beyond measurement. One of them was the star nicknamed the Star of Death, not a master of weapons and lacking flashy superpowers. Yet he was the one who betrayed the 9 stars and claimed the title of the strongest, and his name was Chris Morris. Did the 9 stars really think they could defy his will, knowing this would not end with just one death? Chris was destruction incarnate, the living embodiment of death. The greatest necromancer, summoning his skeletal army, since people had grown tiresome to him anyway. All Chris wanted was power, using the Star Nine as stepping stones to become supreme. They knew he had betrayed humanity and made a pact with a demon. They had no choice, and their leader declared death upon the traitor. Even though Chris had betrayed the Star Nine by striking after gaining power, he could not defeat all of them alone. The Star Nine attacked together, wiping out every skeleton he had summoned. People believed Chris betrayed humanity for power, but that was only a widespread legend. He never betrayed humanity. In truth, it was Chris who was betrayed by the 9 stars, or rather, by 8 of them. The world was never told, and 9 years have passed since that day. The hero tossed in bed, swearing he would return and deal with the damn 9 stars. He shot upright, realizing it worked. It actually worked. His secret skill was soul transfer. Right before death, it allowed Chris to move his soul into a suitable body. It seemed he had chosen a vessel with similar physical stats, and he was still in South Korea, with his rage toward the 9 stars still burning hot. Everything would have been fine if Chris had gone to the 600th floor alone, but they offered help and then stabbed him in the back. When the hero was defeated, they finally explained the reason for the betrayal. Paladin Cain Pelin and Saint Carmen Pelin stated he could not summon his undead on sacred ground. Though the Star of Death was considered an army in human form, he could not compare to all of them together. Chris had only tried to help. Cain claimed it was nothing personal and that they did not hate him. They simply chose to cut the threat off at the root. Chris screamed, demanding to know whether that bastard Wade Lee was with them. His friend, the combat star Wade Lee of the 9 stars, had chosen not to participate in the purge of the 600th floor. The 9 stars kept it secret, fearing he would side with Chris, so they captured him like cowards. The hero's vision blurred as he lost too much blood. Fine, that was his mistake. But for them, he would only die once. But the 9 should not think this is the end. Chris will rise even stronger. He will get revenge on the traitors, sinking into the darkness they chose for him. The 9 better brace themselves, since Chris has not even turned them into monsters yet. This time he will make sure their souls are erased and never reborn. Suddenly, notifications started lighting up the phone on the bed, catching Chris off guard. Maybe it was because he had not held a phone in ages, but it felt oddly impressive. What truly shocked him was the date, showing the year 2023, meaning 10 years had passed. 10 full years in a single instant, leaving him stunned by the scale of this effect. Chris began wondering if he could even use magic in this new body. He slapped an annoying fly aside and jumped to his feet. He tried to command it to rise, yet nothing happened. Panic crept in as he demanded a response, but the silence remained. Damn it, this body held not a single drop of mana. Did this mean he had to conquer the tower without any abilities at all? Then it hit him. If 10 years had passed, the Star Nine must have climbed far ahead. Online, Chris read that Wade Lee had reached the 800th floor. Seriously, those fools had only advanced 200 floors in 10 years. That made this his opening while they wasted time he could climb fast and strike back. Chris grabbed a hoodie and took off, knowing training outside the tower was pointless. He had to go now, since even if his body was rookie tier, the knowledge of the Star of Death remained intact. He would use every technique and scrap of experience to grow strong as fast as possible. Just wait, Star 9, Chris would come for his revenge. He reached the tower entrance in Seoul, where a massive crowd had already gathered. People buzzed with hype, dreaming of clearing floors and getting rich. A place overflowing with countless stories, the tower stood tall. At last, the hero had returned, and Chris Morris would make sure the world remembered his name. At exactly 1300, the tower gates opened and people rushed in like maniacs. The time for revenge had finally arrived. The system welcomed the challenger, marking a journey spanning 15 years. Chris began on the training floor, cursed with the dumbest difficulty design imaginable. Reaching the end of its trap-filled path would take several days. Everyone agreed that out of 10 floors, this one was the most ridiculous. The goal was simple: reach the destination, where wounds would heal or reset upon returning to the start. Chris opened his status window and felt genuine dread. Among the stats, he saw gluttony and mana, nothing like what he once had. It was hard to believe that changing bodies alone altered his traits and talent this much. Even so, he decided to squeeze everything possible out of this training. The hero dashed forward and triggered a magical arrow trap. Chris tracked the flying arrows, realizing his secret skill was still there. Even so, the number of arrows was insane for a training stage. He tried dodging and pushing forward, but the arrows still struck him. Ignoring the pain, he kept going, yet the arrows only multiplied. Dozens pierced his body, but Chris forced himself to run through the agony. The sheer damage sent him back to the start of the training zone, the path soaked in blood. Every wound healed instantly. This proved he could not just rush ahead mindlessly if he wanted to survive. 2 traits made Chris the strongest tower climber on the planet. One of them was gluttony. Through this trait, he could devour everything dead and claim its power. The blood Chris spilled held no healing power, and all the experience gained from that blood went straight to him. His stats climbed by 1 point. To deal with side effects, there was no need to dig through settings at all. The hero would need about a week to clear the training and step closer to becoming a great conqueror. Chris chose to tank every arrow and keep moving, boosting his stats through gluttony. He kept doing this until every last point was spent. A month later, Chris finally reached the finish line and cleared the training. All that time was spent running back and forth through the same hellish route. The system reported that several gods and demons had taken an interest in him. Those twisted freaks again, gods and demons hunting for someone like themselves. A god burned with rage at Chris's arrogance, nothing but pathetic sadists. None of them revealed divine or true names, clearly hiding behind tricks. They wanted to make the hero their disciple. But Chris had handled the training just fine without orders. A demon seemed to be smiling, the ruler of evil casually checking on him. Baal again, that damn stalker. Baal, ruler of evil, had chased Chris in his past life to turn him into a servant, and it seemed he recognized him. It was Baal who had granted the soul transfer ability, and Chris admitted he had used it. Both God and demon grew even more interested. The hero noted that their attention was being pulled in by Baal. The ruler of evil offered apologies while the gods demanded private talks, pushing Chris to shut them all down in annoyance. They wondered who he would choose, but if they wanted to keep watching, they could stay quiet and observe. The Lord of Evil looked offended, knowing that if Chris chose anyone, it would never be Baal. After absorbing the last drops of blood, the hero checked his training reward. Chris gained immunity to blood loss, pain, memory loss, along with heightened perception and endurance. Not bad at all. Boosting mana on this floor had not been easy. Chris's talent was mana, letting him raise it even when it normally would not grow. Due to his progress, a second trait was unlocked. The hero was surprised, since he already had gluttony, while the second trait slot had been question marks. Chris could already picture his former body, consumed by that hidden trait. The newly unlocked trait was multiform, a talent allowing mastery of any skill regardless of technique. Skill adjustment applied during training, and with this trait, Chris felt untouchable. The title he could never claim before now appeared, the supreme rank of the omnipotent. The ruler of evil showed curiosity about the hero's stats. Chris dismissed it outright, telling him to forget it and get lost. The hero moved on toward the next stage. The ruler of evil asked if he could tag along. The next room was meant to be a training ground. Inside, Chris was offered a choice of weapon and class that suited him best. After choosing, he would have to break through the floor to descend to the tower's first level. In his past life, once he learned about mana, Chris never hesitated and chose the path of a mage. This time, he unexpectedly grabbed a bow and asked the system to generate targets. Multiform finally showed its true value, and the hero wondered why he had not seen it sooner. 3 targets appeared above him. Chris nailed all 3 dead center on his first shot. He demanded more targets and made them capable of attacking as well. He was warned that he still had not chosen a class and that the targets could be dangerous, but he did not care. 5 training dummies appeared. They rushed straight at Chris. He shot them down, but 2 still managed to close the distance. The hero grabbed a sword and cut them down without hesitation. Chris demands that the system crank the targets up even harder. The difficulty spikes, and more training dummies are generated. The moment they finish materializing, the hero rushes them with a spear. Several more targets appear behind him, equipped with long-range attacks. These are the strongest dummies available on this level. Chris just laughs it off, realizing that this pushes him back toward the idea of becoming a mage after all. The hero is faster than the targets, wiping them out in an instant with magical arrows. Clean and flawless. He wonders what else Multiform can pull off, the skill feeling as familiar as if he has lived with it for a century. He earns an achievement for wielding at least 1 weapon from every category while holding the rank of Omnipotent. The multi-class reward unlocks, and the system offers it as a class option. But once he leaves the room, he will not be able to choose it. Even as a multi-class, Chris refuses to give up his biggest edge. He declares multi-class as his subclass instead. That option is denied, prompting him to question why. Subclasses only unlock after the 100th floor, a detail he had almost forgotten. Without choosing a class, he cannot leave, so he considers using achievement points. He asks whether achievement points can unlock a subclass, catching the system off guard. It is unclear how a rookie knows this, since achievement points are a rare currency gained only through feats. With enough points, players can alter the system itself, and there is no point questioning how Chris learned this. He attempts to spend 5,000 points to unlock subclasses, hoping it will work. It almost does, but he lacks the required amount, needing exactly 5,050 points. With no other option, he needs Baal's help. He asks Baal to reveal himself and talk, which counts as an achievement. Chris gains 200 points for conversing with the top demon. Baal checks whether he did well, while the hero silently begs him not to repeat this stunt. The ruler of evil is clearly offended, yet Chris proceeds to use the points to unlock subclasses. His new subclass is officially multi-class. After destroying the training room, the hero is transferred to the tower's first floor. At last, the time for revenge truly begins. Magic floods the training chamber, and Chris descends to the first level, the forests of Corolla. Other players panic, wondering how they can ever reach the top if the first floor is already this brutal. An armed kobold launches an attack. Chris arrives on the floor and the monsters are about to become his first real prey. With a single strike, he slams one kobold into the ground, while the other two glare at him in fury. He briefly wonders how much he will gain by devouring them all. The nearby players are stunned, watching him drop a kobold in one blow. They assume he is a mage, yet he crushed the monster with a single kick. Not knowing who he is, they suggest teaming up to fight together. Chris coldly brushes them off without hesitation. Anyone who dares touch even one kobold will die. Terrified, the group flees at once. The remaining kobolds seem eager to avenge their fallen ally. They charge Chris, but he kills one instantly with a magic staff. The second monster panics and tries to run, as if the hero would ever allow that. A magic arrow pierces the kobold's back mid-escape. Only now does the system finally welcome him to the first floor. Far too late since Chris is already fighting. He moves straight into looting mode, needing 7 more kobold kills to advance. Easy work. Chris could wipe out 100 without breaking a sweat, and since he started, chasing the Slayer Achievement sounds tempting. Killing 1,000 monsters grants that title. In the past, Chris outpaced everyone to collect every achievement, and now he decides it is time to refuel. Using gluttony, the hero devours the monster corpses without hesitation. Chris sees flashes of the kobold's memories flooding in. He absorbs its strength and gains the ability to understand the kobold language. Chris's stats surge, reaching the level expected around the 10th floor. Then it hits him. Class correction. With multi-class active, he gains the perks of every class at once. The kobold's memories intensify, rushing back in fragments. The creature was in a hurry and seething with anger. It had seized a helpless family, knowing it had to move fast or suffer brutal punishment. The preparations ended, and the kobold overlord appeared. Chris feels satisfied. The timing could not be better. The monster lord is a harbinger of a massive beast wave, a perfect chance for achievements and level growth. Normally, facing such a foe would require an entire army. Chris orders the corpses to rise, successfully switching his main class to Necromancer. As an omnipotent, he retains memories from his past life, making class changes effortless. Still, it is not enough. There is a hidden class, and for that, Chris needs the first floor. More kobolds emerge from the forest, weapons ready. Without hesitation, the hero commands his soldiers to slaughter everything in their path. In this way, Chris eliminates 10 monsters in total. He moves deeper and finally finds the place he was looking for, a secluded hut. Peeking inside, he sees that no one has disturbed it. Chris orders the skeletons to wait outside. Stomping the floor, he reveals a hidden passage leading downward. A hidden class on the first floor, the Spiritual Master, a high-tier class surpassing even Necromancer, capable of devouring souls. The very first Spiritual Master lies within the class change coffin. Chris opens the lid and Vulcan shoots upward in a sudden surge. The Master recognizes the hero as his descendant. It has been a long time, yet Chris shows no surprise at all. Vulcan tried so hard to be intimidating that the effort now feels awkward. Chris wonders why a necromancer would be shocked by the sight of a skeleton. He has already read the journal, leaving little left to astonish him. The secret item, the Journal of the Spiritual Master Vulcan. In this life, Chris had not read it yet. In the past, after switching to mage and losing all items, he found the journal and returned to the first floor. When Chris became a spiritual master back then, he still failed to force Vulcan to rise. This time, the spiritual master seems to like him. Vulcan notes that Chris is far better than that rude bastard who showed up 10 years later. The thought crosses his mind to kill him, but changing class comes first. Chris states his intention to switch classes quickly, but Vulcan apologizes, explaining that the 10th floor is required first. The spiritual master class stands even higher than Necromancer. One must first rechange class at the Tower of Class Change on the 10th floor, then return. Chris responds by showing his current status as a Necromancer. Vulcan is thrilled by such talent, amazed that Chris changed class on his own without reaching the 10th floor. The hero truly surpasses that previous scoundrel. Chris repeats the question about changing class, while Vulcan keeps rambling on. At last, the ritual begins. The spiritual master Vulcan. Long before the tower appeared on Earth, Vulcan was among the foremost walkers of the world. Despite being the strongest necromancer, he kept searching for greater power. Flesh and bone were not enough. He sought something beyond. Instead of a Lich or Death Knight, Vulcan aimed to summon something else entirely. That answer was the soul itself. By summoning the souls of the dead, Vulcan sought to create a being that would surpass all others. In the end, he succeeded in creating a brand new class, the Spiritual Master. But his old body had burned through every last drop of power, and the Spiritual Master class stood on the brink of vanishing. That was the path Vulcan chose in the end. He turned necromancy on himself, gambling that his descendants would honor his name. To ensure Vulcan could one day find a walker worthy of following his footsteps, he became half NPC. At last, Chris obtained the new class. The scoundrel Vulcan mentioned was the second, while the hero himself became the third spiritual master. Vulcan explained the use of a soul vessel to capture spirits, though Chris already had one. The hero's first sacrifice would be Vulcan himself. All preparations were complete, and Chris would not fail twice. Vulcan congratulated his descendant and urged him to conquer the tower and glorify his name. Chris responded by telling him to do it himself. Vulcan shouted that the promise written in the journal had been forgotten. Dumping one's work onto others was a bad habit, and Chris intended to fix it, free of charge. The hero stepped closer and began the soul harvesting process. Did Vulcan really think he would allow his soul to be taken so easily? Having learned from a past descendant, he merely mocked and dodged. Yet when Vulcan tried to escape, he slammed into an invisible wall. He had been sealed by magic. Chris asked for his opinion, noting how convenient it was. Using a low-tier spell, Magic Wall, he built Vulcan a personal prison. The skeleton screamed that Chris would pay for this, and that such a simple spell would shatter instantly. But the hero never said that was all. Along the way, Chris had scattered mana stones and now activated them with magic. Vulcan claimed he could easily break the enchantments, but could he do it before Chris captured him? The skeleton could not understand who stood before him. How could a first-floor walker wield such power? Chris had failed in his past life, but in this one, Vulcan would not slip away. The hero lowered his hood and wondered aloud whether Vulcan still considered him the second spiritual master or the third. Vulcan immediately recognized Chris Morris. Before he could react, the hero devoured him. The skeleton's spirit drooped, while Chris calmly told him not to be upset. Now that Vulcan was with him, every dream of the spiritual master would come true. The Lord of Evil watched closely, intrigued by Chris's class as he observed death itself. Gods and demons were barred from entering the class change chamber. The hero would show them soon enough, so there was no need to interfere. It seemed the army of skeletons was no longer necessary. Chris ordered the skeletons to vanish. Then he commanded the new monster spirits to rise instead. Apparently, they could not speak either. Suddenly, Vulcan's voice echoed out. He raged at the idea of being used as a spiritual soldier. The hero saw him in this form for the first time. Realizing Vulcan must have been striking in his youth, the spirit shouted that this was not over and warned Chris not to underestimate the first spiritual master. Then Vulcan collapsed, choking, pushed too far, sustained only by Chris's mana. If the hero cut off the supply, the spirit would scatter to the wind. Yet Vulcan still refused to obey like a loyal dog. Even so, he had no choice. Vulcan remembered what he had done to those who refused him, turning their souls into spheres and devouring them. He also remembered Chris's trait and could hardly believe the hero still possessed the insane ability known as gluttony. If Vulcan disobeyed, the hero would simply consume him. In the end, Vulcan asked what Chris planned to do next, though the answer should have been obvious. The hero pointed toward the castle and made it clear that the bastard ruling the kobolds had to be erased. Chris stepped onto the palace grounds, and the guards instantly raised their weapons. The hero's spirits tore through the obstacles before they could even react. Armed monsters were stationed on the rooftops as well. 30 spectral kobold soldiers stood in his way, but they were nowhere near his level anymore. He had no intention of standing around doing nothing and demanded to be led straight to their master. Step by step, Chris closed in on the ruler's lair. The Kobold King ordered his servants to prepare offerings at once. The palace guard could not keep up as Chris twisted their necks with his bare hands. He then drew a dagger and pushed deeper into the lair, cutting down monsters as he advanced. A hidden class really changed the game. Chris sensed a thick aura nearby, leaking from the chamber where the kobold ruler waited. The Lord of Evil cheered him on, brandishing blades of light. Chris did not need support from some old creep with hairy legs. Victory was guaranteed either way. The kobold ruler immediately began a sacrifice. Until the demon watching over death was satisfied, the ritual could not stop. The victim was still alive, yet the ruler demanded another. The servants dragged in a young woman. The kobold ruler seized her, examined her, and judged her a better offering than an ordinary human. Suddenly, a shot pierced his hand. At the top of the chamber stood the hero. Chris questioned what kind of sick ritual they thought they were pulling off. In the end, it hardly mattered, because the kobolds were finished anyway. The uninvited guest had arrived. One look at the kobold ruler made it obvious he was king of pure trash. The monster screamed his name, Callum, king of kobolds, demanding respect. That arrogance was a bit much for a first-floor monster, so he was welcome to try forcing it on Chris. The girl had no idea what was happening, but the ruler's attention was fixed on the intruder. Realizing this was her chance, she broke free from the monster's grip and ran. The Kobold King begged the demon of death to grant him power. He hurled a corpse bomb after her. The girl sprinted with everything she had, slipped, and fell, refusing to die here. In that instant, Chris shattered every spike with a single punch. He swatted the attack aside and ordered her to forget him and run. Only then did Chris notice her horns and realize she was a goblin. Goblins were powerful beings native to the 100th floor, with no reason to descend lower, especially not a lone one who had not even reached adulthood. Something must have gone wrong on the 100th floor, and Chris needed to save her to learn what happened. The Kobold King raged at the audacity of interfering with a sacrifice to the Supreme Being. Chris told the girl to hide if she wanted to live, because he would not save her twice. The ruler dared him to block the next strike, boasting that a fresh corpse would be stronger. Several bombs flew at Chris at once, but they detonated prematurely. The monster was slow and sloppy with mana control, and Chris smashed him in the face. It was shocking that a first-floor walker could wield such power. Chris taunted the king for hesitating, since they had only just begun. The monster screamed at the demon of death to save him immediately. A river of blood flooded the chamber, forming a massive blood golem. How a Kobold King managed to summon such a high-tier creature was a mystery. The golem grabbed Chris and slammed him into the ground. The Kobold King burst into proud laughter, convinced this was his ultimate ritual. The hero wondered if the kobold even understood who he was facing right now. Chris decided to introduce him to a different kind of ritual, as spirits caressed the golem and tore it apart from the inside. In a single second, the hero erased that flashy creation. Even true monster lords struggle to create golems so casually. Chris glanced at Boone, the demon watching over death, sensing this was his doing, and Boone silently confirmed it. The Lord of Evil looked on with contempt, while Boone was curious about Chris's limits as a spiritual master. He had summoned the blood golem the moment he saw Chris fighting one of his followers. The Kobold King was nothing more than a puppet. His mana drained dry as expected. Boone had planned the golem from the start, and the kobold could not believe it, raging that the demon would avenge him with something worse than death. That sounded perfect since Chris had plenty to say to him. The kobold spirits turned on their former king and began devouring him. Chris lifted him into the air, sealing the fate of Boone's toy. The demon should never have tested the hero, and regret would come later. Chris also made sure Boone would pay for it, while the demon laughed sincerely, clearly enjoying this turn. With a snap of Chris's fingers, the Kobold King died. His soul fled the body, desperate to escape. Chris caught it instantly. This was far from over, as soul orb creation was a core necromancer skill. That skill allowed souls to be gathered and turned into elixirs. At last, Chris indulged, devouring the soul of the Kobold King. Still, it was less impressive than expected, and would become useless past the 50th floor. The Goblin girl finally expressed gratitude and introduced herself as Leah. Chris brushed it off, saying he only came to deal with the kobold ruler, though the thanks were noted. He wondered what Leah would have done if he were a bad guy who might kill and sell her. She implied she would have taken countermeasures, very much a goblin mindset. Goblins were relentless when it came to promises or revenge, so Chris asked her one thing: how someone meant to be on the 100th floor ended up here. Leah explained that the goblin village had been attacked. Goblins were powerful beings in the tower, not easy opponents even for walkers. That kind of attack hinted at one of the four great beings. Giants ruled raw power, dragons controlled magic, demons mastered dark energy. Angels carried the wings of retribution, keeping the tower in balance. Only one of them, or someone backed by them, could disturb goblins like this. It could even involve the Star Nine, someone tied to that group. Chris felt his anger flare at those bastards again, and Leah checked if he was all right. He assured her it was fine and prepared to move on. He advised her to do the same, unless she planned to stay among pools of blood. Leah asked if she could travel with Chris. She was young, but joining him was possible. Chris warned that he would be busy and would not protect her, and Leah confidently claimed she could handle herself. Chris reminded her that a kobold had nearly killed her moments ago. She admitted she had let her guard down, and Chris allowed her to come along. Changing clothes seemed wise, as blood-soaked gear drew too much attention. Right then, an equipment icon appeared above the Kobold King's corpse. Wearing his cloak, they set off and soon encountered a magic circle. Vulcan emerged, reporting that every kobold within the castle had been wiped out. Chris praised the work, while Leah asked who that was, surprising Vulcan that she could see him. Leah explained that some goblins were connected to souls. That revelation marked her as something special among goblins. Chris could use gluttony and devour her abilities, but it was way too early. Training her first made more sense. A system notification suddenly popped up, warning that destroying a monster lord could trigger a wave. Once the quest was accepted, all safe zones on the first floor would be sealed off, and Chris felt hyped by that fact. Vulcan and Leah hoped he was not seriously planning to take that quest. But if the hero had no intention of accepting it, he would not have gone this far in the first place. The Lord of Evil considered the move reckless, while Boone promised Chris a reward if he reached first rank. It almost looked like Boone was fishing for a summoning ritual. Fine. The hero would decide after seeing the reward, while Vulcan could not believe Chris was basically choosing death. Vulcan knew Chris actually wanted his death, since that would finally grant him full freedom. With a chilling grin, the hero made it clear that Vulcan would remain his servant even after death. Chris confidently accepted the quest as kobolds began attacking the village entrance, and every safe zone was locked down. Players panicked, furious that some idiot had triggered a monster wave that could wipe them all out. One guy yelled for everyone who had cleared their tasks to rush to the second floor, but there was no time left, as the monster wave had already begun, and escape was impossible. Dozens of kobolds poured out of the portal. Chris appeared in the sky and made it clear that if anyone touched a single monster, he would wipe them all out himself. The hero walked straight toward the kobold horde, leaving people stunned as they warned him it was suicide. Chris commanded every spirit to rise. A necromancer on the first floor left everyone confused about how he even obtained that class. Chris carefully controlled the spirits as they tore through the kobolds. Leah asked if she could try killing one too. The hero urged her to hurry, doubting his army would leave anything behind. Leah already had an idea and pulled a sword from her sphere. With a single clean swing, she cut down a monster. That was no ordinary blade, and the young goblin handled it with scary finesse. It seemed she had been the real target all along. Suddenly, a guy called out to Chris, demanding to know who he was to start a monster wave. He introduced himself as Liam from the White Swallow Guild. Chris had clearly never heard of it. Liam explained that the famous Holy Land Guild, led by the Pelin siblings, had a subsidiary guild called White Swallow. At the mention of the Pelin siblings, Chris's expression darkened instantly. Liam added that his older brother was in White Swallow, and that they aimed to reach the 10th floor as well. Seeing Chris's strength, Liam suggested that after talking to his brother, Chris could join them. Chris declined, and a spirit immediately grabbed Liam from behind. The timing was perfect, as the hero needed answers. They would meet again after the wave ended, and Chris had a few questions lined up for Liam. Other players protested, claiming they were all comrades and that Chris was bullying them just because he was stronger. The hero wondered why not, since the reason was painfully obvious. Those guys could not strike, kill, or steal anything, which might work on Earth. Inside the tower, strength was everything, and when Liam demanded release, the spirit slammed him to the ground. He needed to listen carefully or die, and Chris spared him only because information was useful. Chris warned Liam to stay far away, since the urge to break him was strong. Liam's friends asked what he would do, shocked that he said nothing back. Liam finally told them to run, knowing they were finished if Chris caught them. At last, Chris and Vulcan joined the fight, leaping straight into the massive kobold swarm. The monsters surrounded them from all sides. Chris took command, holding the front line while Vulcan watched over the field. They summoned an army of skeletons that latched onto kobold throats. Chris ordered Vulcan to turn every monster into a skeleton. Now the real fun began, as the hero charged into close combat with his sword. Leah did not waste time either, cutting down kobolds with sharp precision, but there were simply too many of them. She could not track everything, and one monster leaped in and wounded her from behind. Compared to what Leah endured when her home village burned, this pain meant nothing. Fueled by rage, she began slaughtering kobolds with even greater ferocity. After a while, her strength ran dry, and she collapsed from exhaustion. Behind her echoed explosions, roars, and the heavy swings of a blade. It was unreal that Chris was only on the first floor and already wielded such power. Leah needed to stay close to climb higher, and only then could she avenge her village. A kobold nearly lunged at her, but Vulcan stepped in just in time. He checked whether she was still standing. Leah barely got up, insisting she could handle it herself. That child was packed with resolve, and Vulcan wondered what hell she had survived. Suddenly, the goblin asked why he had helped her. When Leah fled from the 100th floor, no one had even tried to help, and she was just glad no one struck her down. She questioned whether Vulcan helped her for profit, but he did not even know. Spirits existed only to obey the orders of a spiritual master, nothing more. That meant this was Chris's command. Chris ordered Vulcan to ensure Leah survived and achieved her goal. Vulcan complied, knowing that slacking off would earn him nothing but scolding. Chris was the only one in this tower who had helped Leah. She swore she would repay that debt. The girl put on a mask of pure fury. Leah cut down kobolds one after another. Watching her now, everything became clear to Chris. Those who attacked the village had been searching for her and that sword. It was better to keep that secret, because if Leah learned she was the reason her village fell, it would break her. The system announced that 1 minute remained until the wave ended. Vulcan shouted that the wave gate was shrinking as the last kobold emerged. Chris finished it with a perfectly aimed dagger throw. The gate closed and the system congratulated the hero on a successful defense. Of course, no one ever doubted that Chris would pull it off. Vulcan admitted that Chris truly was a monster, while Leah felt relief that it was finally over. Chris checked on her condition, knowing she should not push such skills while drained. The system announced rewards for first, second, and third contribution. Perfect timing, as Chris demanded to see the rewards immediately. With over 2,500 enemies slain, the hero earned the achievement Kobold Slayer. All stats increased by 5, and 500 achievement points were awarded. His stats surged, and the achievement points would further boost every attribute. If Chris mastered multiple skills through multi-classing and gluttony, his growth would never stop. He could hardly wait, having dominated the wave more than anyone, with Leah taking second place. Vulcan ranked third and seemed shocked, but it was fitting that he was included. Chris handed Vulcan his reward, since a spiritual soldier had no real use for it. Leah asked him to take her reward as well, as a symbol of a shared future. Chris reacted cautiously, having already been betrayed once before. He allowed her to travel with him, but trust was not given freely. The reward for second place was far too great to take without hesitation. Chris refused to face betrayal again, and Leah would have to prove herself. Otherwise, they would part ways, which led her to offer her goblin mask as well. Vulcan protested, shocked that Leah would give such a thing to an outsider. The mask held the entirety of a goblin's power and was given only to a single chosen partner. Chris asked why Leah had decided to give it to him. She answered that it was gratitude for being saved twice and proof that betrayal would never happen. Yet the mask was far too valuable, hinting at another motive beneath the surface. Leah took a deep breath and revealed the true core of it all. Revenge. She skipped the details, but her village had been burned to the ground and no survivors were found. She was likely the last goblin alive, and as the sole survivor, vengeance for her fallen king became her burden. That was why she asked Chris to let her stay with them. Revenge. In that, they were cut from the same cloth. The hero accepted her items, making it clear that betrayal would mean the end. He did not care about the mask itself, telling her not to treat it as something sacred. Leah was overjoyed and excited, even calling Chris her big brother. Fine. She could call him whatever she wanted. The rewards included a mana ring and a mana earring. There was also a mana necklace, all items reducing mana consumption. Vulcan smirked, noting their quality, while Leah wondered why mere mana gear mattered until the spiritual master explained. These items were perfect for necromancers who used mana to raise armies. With them, Chris could boost both the number and quality of his soldiers by 45%. Chris wondered how long Bun planned to stay silent, doubting he had forgotten his promise. Bun suggested moving elsewhere, since the settlement was abandoned. The group found a pub, likely emptied as people fled to the forest or climbed to the second floor. The place was decent, prompting Chris to hurry Bun along. Suddenly, a ring appeared before him. It seemed luck was fully on Chris's side today. While inspecting it, Chris noticed something odd, drawing Leah's and Vulcan's curiosity. The ring carried demonic energy. Vulcan first thought it was a joke, since demonic energy was a privilege of demons. It was power that could be used like mana, allowing access to demonic energy itself. Normally, gaining such energy required becoming a devil's slave, letting it slowly seep into the body. Even a single ring like this caused an insane power spike, boosting demonic energy by 10. The demon who watched over death extended a hand. For a prize like this, Chris could forget all of Bun's antics. The hero now felt ready to conquer the tower, earning congratulations from Vulcan and Leah. Baal grew irritated and also offered a handshake, possibly hiding a gift of his own. Vulcan claimed Chris had lost his mind if he planned to rob a demon. Baal grew uneasy, checking cabinets, drawers, and even under the bed. After thinking it over, the Lord of Evil decided to create a mission. Vulcan shouted that a demon's mission was a golden chance, and even Chris looked surprised. Fine, he would accept Baal's mission, though it was not what he originally planned. Chris noted that Baal could cancel it, but the demon shook his head, saying it was too late. Baal's quest demanded fame before reaching the 100th floor, with any reward granted upon success. With a prize like that, mountains felt trivial, the price being a handshake with Baal. The terms were harsh, as failure meant becoming Baal's apostle. Even so, Chris could not pass it up, accepting the quest and sealing it with a handshake. Leah asked what his next move was, wondering if they would head to the 2nd floor. No. First, they had to catch that idiot Liam and squeeze out as much information as possible. Chris told Vulcan to track him down, already having assigned a spirit soldier to the task. The fool had gone far, but Chris was sure he was still on the 1st floor. If only he had said that sooner, as Vulcan immediately left, promising a quick return. In the meantime, Chris suggested talking with Leah along the way. He wanted to learn more about the mask. Simply put, the mask allowed the user to wield the abilities of a goblin. Leah spoke about supernatural powers and spells, and in her case, she could wield more than just raw supernatural force. She also possessed foresight, the ability to glimpse the future, which carried a heavy and somber weight. It would have been perfect if Leah's abilities could truly shine on the battlefield. Chris wondered what she was staring at. It was nothing specific, just something strange about him. People from every corner of the world had traveled insane distances, all of them searching for someone with such abilities, begging elders to pass down the gift of foresight. Many were terrified of what awaited them and tried everything possible to rewrite their fate. Chris reflected on whether running from fate even made sense, since anything troublesome could simply be erased. Leah realized then that her ability suited him perfectly. Her skill was combat foresight, an ability made for war, meaning Leah would be far from dead weight. Suddenly, Chris pulled her into a tight embrace. He was genuinely glad she existed. With the Sword Star, Bow Star, Great Thief, and Divine Spear all aligning. If it came down to an all-out fight, Chris might actually have a real shot at victory. Leah could only manage a shy whisper of thanks. The Lord of Evil snapped a picture while a 9-tailed fox bit her lip. Chris shouted at Baal to stop watching and get lost. He started to apologize, but Leah calmed him down, happy just to be useful. Chris vowed to make the mask prove its worth and help Leah carry out her revenge. Deeply grateful, she hoped everything would work out for them. At last, Vulcan caught Liam and slammed him against a tree. His friends abandoned him and ran, leaving him waiting for Chris. Liam had no idea how hard it was for Vulcan to restrain himself from killing him outright. Chris finally arrived, and Vulcan wondered where he had been, since Liam would not calm down and nearly lost his life. So the guy had tried to escape, and Chris drew his sword, driving it into the tree right beside Liam's face. Chris would give the sword back, but the real question was where it would be plunged next. Whether it ended up in Liam's hands or his stomach depended entirely on his answers. The guy spilled everything he knew about the White Swallow Guild. Panicking, Liam confessed it all and was finally released, leaving Vulcan wondering if Chris truly let him go. Chris still intended to crush his guild, but what about those tied to the Holy Kingdom? Countless minor guilds were likely working with them, scattered between the 10th and 200th floors. If Chris planned to wipe them all out, it would be tedious. but Vulcan admitted it could work in their favor. This tied directly to Baal's quest, as destroying guilds under the Palan siblings' influence would help immensely. That would drastically increase the odds of clearing the mission. Chris then asked if it was time to head toward the 10th floor. In the safe zone of the 2nd floor, everyone buzzed about the 3 who survived the wave. A crowd gathered just to get a look at them. Unfortunately for them, Chris's face was hidden behind a mask. People wanted to know if he had a guild and demanded his name. Remembering Baal's quest, Chris decided it was too soon to reveal it. He introduced himself as Ghost Mask, sparking outrage from one man until another stopped him. What if Ghost Mask had committed crimes before entering the tower? There were plenty of cases where people fled into the tower to escape justice. Many hid their identities inside the tower, and Chris knew the wave and the mask had drawn attention. He told Vulcan to move on as there was still plenty to do. In the next moment, Chris vanished, heading straight to the 2nd floor. The floor quest required slaying 10 normal kobolds and 10 kobold warriors. It looked like nothing they could not handle. Chris told Vulcan to take care of the quest. Vulcan immediately understood the monsters needed to be captured alive, and Chris asked him to bring Leah along if possible. Chris wanted to experiment with demonic energy, telling Vulcan to return quickly if things got interesting. He demanded that the hero not burn through all his energy until he came back. Leah wondered whether quests could really be done like this. If she did not like it, she could go catch them herself, since Chris was not forcing her. It was wild to realize that the hero could actually use demonic energy. Now it was time to see what would come of it. Power belonging to one of the most dominant races in existence. There it was, and Chris started testing it through the ring. Leah suddenly yelled that a kobold was hiding in the bushes. Perfect timing to try the new power on it. The hero hurled a demonic sphere at the monster, and for a moment Leah thought the kobold had dodged. But no, a blow that strong could not miss, and the monster's body literally began to crumble apart. Demonic energy was a weapon of absurd power, something not everyone could endure. This was what happened to those who faced it even once, as the kobold shattered into dark fragments. It was inevitable, and Chris picked up the soul. Turning it into a spiritual soldier would create an insane warrior, but the soul began to collapse, unable to withstand the demonic energy. The density had to be lowered fast, so Chris dropped it from 10 down to 1. That made everything work smoothly, though Leah said it still looked far from easy. To Chris it felt almost too easy, since hardly anyone besides demons could handle such energy. No one really understood just how simple it could be to use. Then Vulcan returned and asked if this had been created using demonic energy. A spiritual soldier infused with demonic energy was absolutely insane. It deserved the title of a demonic spiritual soldier, and Vulcan praised his disciple for pulling it off. Did that mean every captured soul would need to be filled with demonic energy from now on? That sounded tricky to apply in real combat, but then again, why should the hero summon personally? Vulcan had far more experience with summoning than Chris. He could summon multiple souls at once and command them mid-fight, which was insanely valuable, and Vulcan appreciated the respect shown to a teacher. Then demonic energy wrapped around the spiritual master, as Chris began filling his soul with it. That meant the fighters Vulcan summoned should become demonic spiritual soldiers as well. His soul was far stronger than a kobold's, and Chris poured in every bit of energy he had. Leah worried, but the hero was confident that the first spiritual master would not die from this. If Vulcan survived, he promised to tear the hero apart and eat him for breakfast. Chris welcomed it, since if Vulcan ever grew strong enough to challenge him, that would only be fun. The spiritual master rose into the air, power flaring proudly around him. Vulcan became the hero's strongest spiritual soldier, declaring that Chris had made a mistake. The hero had created a being far stronger than himself, calling it his greatest error. Was Vulcan angry? Perfect. As Chris took the mask from Leah, he needed an equal opponent anyway. Just as planned, Vulcan would now show what kind of demonic soldiers he could summon. He unleashed his new army straight at Chris. The hero activated the power of the mask, and the demonic spiritual soldiers felt much slower. Or maybe that was just how it looked, meaning Leah could see all of this as well. Chris burned through the entire army in moments and headed straight for Vulcan. He might be different now, but once he had been called the Star of Death, and he slammed Vulcan in the face. After that, Chris forced him to calm down and listen to orders. Leah panicked for the old man and ran toward him. Chris laughed, noting that this kind of thing only worked on normal people. Vulcan was actually in pain, though. Leah asked if Chris had just used the power of the mask. Everything around them felt slowed down, as if he had become the most overwhelming fighter alive. Leah figured it was probably just a side effect caused by lack of experience. Chris was shaken. If this was only a side effect, then what was the mask even for? Leah had already said that the mask was meant for combat foresight, letting its bearer not only see enemy movement slowed down, it also allowed prediction of the next move, and Chris started pressing for details on how to master it. Leah simply did it instead of explaining, reminding him he had forgotten one thing, as she was likely considered a prodigy even among goblins. Teaching him would be difficult no matter how much he asked, and she checked whether his head was spinning. An inexperienced goblin using that special ability would suffer brutal headaches or dizziness. That limitation applied to Leah as well, since she could not activate foresight whenever she felt like it. That was why she worried, because Chris had not even managed to trigger the skill. Still, she kept poking at the sore spot, insisting it was unintentional and believing Chris would learn soon enough. He had miscalculated, even though everything seemed to be lining up in his favor, as he got carried away with the idea of becoming the strongest on the second floor. Either way, Chris thanked Leah and ruffled her hair. Vulcan felt deeply insulted, since the greatest spiritual master had never imagined he would fall this far. Leah walked up to him, and Vulcan immediately hugged her, relieved that at least she cared about him, unlike that idiot. In reality, she had come to say they needed to bring in more kobolds. One more was required, so Vulcan had better hurry before Chris turned his soul into a sphere and devoured it. Leah simply passed along the message, leaving Vulcan on the verge of tears. The second floor mission was cleared without trouble, followed swiftly by the third floor. Then came the fourth. By then, rumors about the guy called the Ghost Mask had already reached the fifth floor. 3 days had passed since he entered the forest of the fifth floor, and people whispered that he could only handle kobolds. After the fifth floor, goblins with poison needles began to spawn. That proved true when a goblin fired at Chris while he was busy. Leah instantly sliced the needle in half. Vulcan's demonic soldier dealt with the goblin just as fast. Leah stopped the monster in time as it tried to lunge at Chris. It should have been eliminated outright. Something felt wrong as a vicious smile crept onto Leah's face. What the hell was happening to her? Vulcan asked if she was all right. Leah snapped out of it and shouted that she was fine, not understanding why she was holding her sword and laughing. They had been waiting a long time, but Chris had just finished his preparations. A monster wave was coming. On the fourth floor, the night before advancing to the fifth, the group sat by a campfire and talked. After the fifth floor, goblins would replace kobolds, letting Chris earn the Goblin Slayer Achievement. Vulcan warned that they could not attack them just for fun. No one knew when or on which floor a ruler would appear. Chris had no intention of hunting the Goblin Lord anyway, and questioned whether it was even necessary, since he knew how to manually create a wave. Vulcan and Leah were stunned, because if that were possible, everyone in the tower would already know. Chris had learned about it by pure accident, somewhere between the third and fourth floors. While climbing the tower, a rupture had appeared, revealing the method. Each floor had a central zone where monsters spawned. If one redirected mana there, monsters would emerge just like during a wave. Vulcan figured Chris had gained a lot from this knowledge, though no one else knew, and this would be his first attempt. Monsters above the 300th floor were far stronger than goblins. and even the four great beings could not stop such a wave. When it could have been used, he had not known, and now that he did, it should have been impossible. But things were different now, as Chris planned to create as many waves as possible to grow stronger. People felt a quake inside the tower, then gates opened, and no one had ever seen a wave on the first floor. A goblin horde burst out toward the crowd. With no warning, people panicked and started running. The goblins answered by firing their poison needles. Not everyone managed to dodge. The paralytic poison locked bodies in place for a while, turning panic into helplessness. A guy rushed to save his friend, but the monsters were closing in at insane speed. He had not even reached the 10th floor and never imagined he would die here. Chris swallowed every monster through his ring in one sweep. He told the guy to carry his fallen friend to a safe zone. The guy instantly recognized the ghost mask and shouted to the others that they were saved. Yeah, Chris saved them, so they would live and spread his name as far as possible. He ordered his demonic soldiers to rise and fight. Vulcan yelled that he was the one who created the soldiers, while Chris kept stealing the spotlight. Chris told him to quit whining and make more soldiers when a sudden explosion echoed. A demonic spiritual soldier was burning. From the crowd emerged a spiritual goblin. It could directly attack the hero's soldiers. If it was not dealt with, the raid would be over. Leah jumped straight off a roof into the goblin swarm. Meanwhile, Chris was draining souls from monsters, surprised at how fire affected souls. Using that technique on goblins was pointless, so he applied it carefully. He spread spiritual fire across all remaining monsters. Chris praised Leah for solid work and urged her to keep going. Still, she wore that unsettling smile again. Suddenly her sword began to glow, and Chris knew it was special, just not this much. Leah became unrecognizable as armor formed on her body, and her gaze struck fear into anyone nearby. The sword's light filled the sky, and tremors shattered buildings. In an instant, Leah wiped out an entire village. What kind of madness was this? Was this really the sword's power? Leah started swinging wildly near Chris, and he pulled back his hood to show it was him. Yet she did not react. She ignored him and charged head-on, forcing Chris to defend himself. She was absurdly strong, soaring into the air and leaving only rubble behind. Vulcan wandered through the dust-filled haze, calling out for Chris and Leah. He managed to reach Chris through telepathy and asked what was happening with Leah. Chris seemed fine, but something was clearly wrong with her, as her strike had nearly blown him away. No matter how it looked, it felt like he was facing the goblin leader herself. As for the wave, most monsters were already dead, and Chris asked Vulcan to handle the rest. He put on the mask, knowing he had to deal with Leah now. Chris dashed toward her, activating combat foresight at the same time. The intuition he forged while climbing 599 floors screamed that this sword was deadly. He would cut it to pieces, since the tower had no eternal friends or enemies, and even Leah's tragic past could not change that. Despite his resolve, doubt crept in as he remembered her calling him Big Brother. He swung his axe, but Leah stopped it with her bare hand. It looked like she was using combat foresight. She laughed and hurled Chris back, and as his blood hit the ground, he ordered the dead to rise. Dozens of skeletal hands burst from the earth. They were the remains of the goblin wave resting beneath the rubble, and Chris commanded them to attack. Spirits grabbed at Leah's limbs, but she shredded them all with a single sword swing. Chris could not even see the soldiers' strikes. Was Leah fully using foresight now? She was overwhelmingly strong, and even Chris had to think hard about how to defeat her as a massive shockwave blasted him away. Leah looked completely drained. No, her eyes were bleeding. Something was definitely wrong. If this was the side effect she mentioned, then Chris still had a chance. The key was making sure Leah could not use foresight, but suddenly she leapt onto a rooftop. Chris wondered what she was doing. Was she really not about to attack? Then she finally leapt down, sword aimed straight at him. Chris slid back and ordered the goblins to rise. Their paralytic poison would be lethal even for Leah. Without foresight, there was no way she could dodge at all. Seeing the world in slow motion, she slashed the goblins around her with one sweep. Then she aggressively pushed forward, trying to land a hit on Chris. Leah laughed when she finally cornered him, but a paralytic goblin needle struck her shoulder. Without the side effects of combat foresight, Chris would never have pulled it off. He fired the poison needle from a blind spot, using his own body as cover. Leah weakened and began to fall. Chris barely made it in time to catch her. His arms went numb as the paralytic poison kicked in. Chris summoned one zombie and had it bring him the poisoned needle. He absorbed its energy and gained resistance to paralytic poison. Yeah, Leah's ability really messed with the nerves. As she lay powerless, she saw herself and the sword in a strange inner space. Someone declared that this time she was the wielder of a demonic sword of slaughter. The presence sounded surprised, since Leah was still just a child. She asked who it was, sensing something goblin-like, which was partly true and partly not. Leah pressed for clarification, clearly confused. The figure placed a long blade against her throat as a warning. Next time she drew the sword without preparation, she would be devoured. Leah woke up on Chris's back as he carried her. Weakly, she asked where they were. Chris explained they had just escaped the 5th floor and reached a village, a safe zone on the 6th floor. Embarrassed, Leah wondered why he was carrying her, unable to remember what happened. They settled in for the night. After checking gear and stamina on the 6th floor, they would head straight for the 10th. A massive city awaited on the 10th floor, but entry required defeating the floor boss. Leah knew it was a great orc warrior, strong enough to count as a monster lord. She suggested going once they recovered, but that plan was shut down. Now Leah would have to walk her own path. She was stunned, wondering if Chris was abandoning her. She could not remember anything from the 5th floor wave, as if her memories vanished midway. Chris explained that she wielded a demonic sword rivaling even an ego blade. It granted insane power but devoured the mind, and she had lost control and attacked him. If she kept relying on such unstable strength, she would never reach the 100th floor. Chris gave her a task to reach the 10th floor on her own, without leaning on the sword. She had to grow stronger herself instead of borrowing power. Leah swore she would become strong enough to stand beside Chris again as a quiet ally. And so, it was time to part ways. Leah thanked him for the cloak, and Chris advised her to hide the fact she was a goblin when traveling alone. There was no rush. He had business on the 10th floor and would stay there for a while. Leah said she would catch up soon and then left. Chris would wait, no matter how long it took. A few days later, the 9th floor was completely cleared. The orcs were just bigger versions of the usual ones, nothing special. Chris slaughtered monsters barehanded, fully in his groove now. He reminded Vulcan to keep draining souls, as they needed more demonic soldiers. Creating waves became routine, and Vulcan even enjoyed it, shocked by Chris's cold resolve. He did not even mention Leah, but that was pointless, since Chris never saw her as disposable. He believed in her strength. Leah would do anything for revenge. Now Chris told Vulcan to get back to work and spawn more orcs. One wave was not enough. They needed another. The spiritual master was furious, as if the hero had zero respect for elders. Did he even have parents? Actually, no, he did not. Chris was an orphan raised in an orphanage. His companion Wade grew up there too. Vulcan felt awkward and stayed silent. Fine. He placed a hand on the hero's shoulder, showing that he understood. Chris questioned that reaction. Vulcan tried to hug him, but Chris pushed him away, not wanting pity. In the end, the hero earned the achievement Orc Slayer. They had now reached the 10th floor. To advance to the center of the floor, the boss had to be defeated. Failure would send the player back to the 9th floor. Vulcan was surprised. He had never seen anything like this before. There was a record board here. Everyone else had cleared it in a minute. Chris did not see Vulcan's name anywhere. Vulcan complained that the hero's name was missing too, and that half the records belonged to the four great beings with absurd abilities. Then Chris wondered why they should not just break the record. Vulcan smirked. That sounded amazing. Preparation for battle began. In 1 minute, the boss fight would start. It looked completely doable. Chris told Vulcan to deploy the demonic soldiers to lock the boss down. The hero began summoning a magical spear, ready to show the power of multi-class. The spell was elemental. The spear gained multiple enchantments: piercing, agility, critical damage, and more. Chris would never forget this moment. The spell evolved into demonic energy. Only seconds remained before the mission started. The Great Orc was summoned. Vulcan ordered his demonic soldiers to charge forward. Chris struck the boss with the Spear of Odin. The monster was defeated in less than a second. An absolute record. The system asked the hero to enter his name, and he registered as Ghostmask. Players immediately began discussing the new 10th floor record. Leah flinched when she heard the name Ghostmask. She realized she needed to train even harder. Vulcan was thrilled that they had surpassed the four great beings. Even the greatest spiritual masters had a long way to go to reach that level. Chris suggested moving on. They still had a lot to do on the 10th floor and would wait for Leah there. The auction was now open. A certain man showed strong interest in the new celebrity, Ghostmask. The 10th floor was the first major city walkers encountered. A portal back to Earth was located there. People who abandoned the idea of reaching the summit turned to trade and built the largest city of the first 100 floors. Chris decided to sell his remaining items and buy a few potions. Auction restrictions were lifted, but the city market was still thriving. Some people here lived ordinary lives. Not everything could be bought at auction. Chris registered anyway. Merchants offered food from the Golden Lich, weapons from the Golden Lich's workshop, even stays at the Golden Lich Hotel. Vulcan asked who the Golden Lich even was, clearly out of the loop. The Golden Lich Company was one of the top firms in the tower, founded several years ago. The Golden Lich himself was the richest individual in the tower, with his real name unknown. He controlled an insane amount of gold. Rumors said everything in the tower passed through his hands. Chris mentioned he had some business to handle. He needed a sponsor. Vulcan asked which one. Chris was already looking at him. All the emblems around belonged to that sponsor. Yes, Vulcan understood correctly. The Golden Lich would sponsor Chris. The heroes entered the Golden Lich Company, a place where anything money could buy was available. Weapons, items, potions, information. At the Golden Lich Company, anything could be bought or sold. Chris was handed a waiting ticket marked with number 18. Halcyon was in charge of the third counter and asked how he could help. Chris wanted to buy something. The clerk asked how he should address the hero. Chris took out the mask, making it clear enough without further explanation. The clerk's face changed instantly, fear washing over him. Chris motioned for him to keep it down. There was a reason he wore it. The hero told Halcyon to count the money. 3,000 gold coins. Everything Chris had earned through the waves. The clerk timidly asked what Ghostmask planned to buy with that much cash. Chris answered briefly. A meeting with the Golden Lich. Halcyon decided the guy in front of him had lost his mind. Could it be that Ghostmask had been a criminal outside the tower? Chris asked what the problem was. Halcyon replied that anything could be bought here. Unfortunately, this particular deal was impossible. There were two reasons. First, Lord Lich was busy. Chris asked about the second reason. It might sound rude, but the money was not enough. 3,000 gold was not a small sum, yet it was not worth the Lord's time. So that route was closed. Halcyon was about to ask Chris to leave the company, but the hero cut him off. Chris asked how much it would cost to meet a manager. Vulcan muttered that Chris was a menace, pressuring some random employee to arrange a meeting with the company head. What had Halcyon even done to deserve this? Chris then asked Vulcan if he had any other ideas to meet the Golden Lich. If there were any, the hero was ready to hear them. Chris and Vulcan walked up to a door and knocked. Chris identified himself as Ghostmask, and permission was granted. He swung the doors open wide, revealing a man inside. This was the manager of the Golden Lich Company's 10th Division, the Puppeteer, pleased to meet the newcomer. Chris longed to meet Lord Lich, but it seemed he was not here. The Puppeteer expressed regret, as that amount of money would not suffice, but Chris interrupted and suggested another approach. Chris proposed calling the Golden Lich here, confident that once he saw the hero, he would want to sponsor him himself. The Puppeteer was stunned. A rookie daring to propose deals like this was unheard of. He had heard of Ghost Mask, but speaking so casually about the Lord was still unacceptable. With the ability puppet, the Puppeteer could pull strings and control people. He apologized, but Chris would have to leave. Suddenly, the hero grabbed the strings and yanked hard, betting the Puppeteer had no less arrogance himself. The manager was shocked as his skill was nullified, a power effective even against walkers from the 18th floor. Fine then, the Puppeteer decided to show something else. He clasped his hands, and he and Chris were transported into a watery space. The Puppeteer was sure this was new to the hero, yet Chris immediately recognized it as the sphere of mind, an endless sphere separating soul and mind from the body. How did a 10th floor fighter know about the sphere of mind? The Puppeteer realized the boy understood that the laws of reality did not apply here. This was a dimension where combat relied on experience and the strength of the soul. If Chris could defeat him here, the Puppeteer would try to arrange a meeting with the Golden Lich. Strings bound the hero's limbs. But in a place ruled by experience and soul power, the manager was no match for him. The Puppeteer still had not realized that this ability did not work on Chris. The hero tore every string apart. The manager could not understand how Chris even knew about this technique. Chris possessed mental mastery on the level of a fighter beyond the 100th floor, maybe even the 200th. In the end, the Puppeteer acknowledged that they were on equal footing. Suddenly, hundreds of puppets surrounded the hero, an entire army. In this place, experience was everything. All of those puppets had been raised by the Puppeteer through sheer accumulated experience. To break past the 100th floor, he had reshaped them in this exact way. Each one was reinforced by constant mana transfer, layer upon layer. These enhanced puppets were as strong as walkers from the 50th floor. The moment the sphere was entered, the outcome should have been obvious. The Puppeteer unleashed his entire army on Chris, fully convinced this was the end. Injuries inside the sphere of mind do not carry over into the real world, so there was nothing to fear. The Puppeteer was already about to withdraw when an explosion behind him scattered his puppets. That was Lich magic, the signature power of a 100th floor boss. Every single puppet was devoured. This was not as easy as Chris had first assumed. Even within the sphere of mind, turning the dead still required time. It felt as though the puppet army had finally learned what a real army looked like. This was the perfect moment to show it. Chris ordered them all to rise, and this was what a true army meant. The instant they filled the sphere, the victor became obvious once again. The puppets were pathetic, and their defeat was inevitable. A Lich, a Dullahan, and others whose names the Puppeteer did not even recognize appeared. Were these all bosses from the upper floors? The manager panicked, trying to understand who Ghost Mask really was, but the spirits were already closing in to devour him. Suddenly, everything returned to normal. The Puppeteer could not tell when they had come back, as he never closed the sphere. There was no way Chris had seized control of the sphere itself, was there? The hero urged the manager to stop panicking and stand up, reminding him of the deal. The Puppeteer was obligated to arrange a meeting with the Golden Lich, and Chris handed him a letter. He instructed him to deliver it to the Lord himself, as a loser had no place arguing terms. If the Golden Lich did not respond, then the Puppeteer would be unable to help any further. Chris showed no concern, confident that the Lord would respond without question. Once an answer arrived, the Puppeteer would inform him immediately. Together with Halcyon, the manager bowed and wished Chris a smooth journey onward. The heroes exited the building. The sun was already setting, and Vulcan suggested finding a place to rest for the night. Chris made it clear they still had plenty to do. Vulcan looked surprised and wondered if there were more stops planned. The hero saw no reason to waste time waiting around for the Golden Lich's reply. Two young women decided to work as guild staff in the White Swallow building while killing time. Everything was happening in the 10th floor lobby, and one of the girls had already reached the 57th floor. The blonde had expected new equipment after beating her personal monthly record. She was irritated and could not understand why they were stuck loitering in the 10th floor lobby. After all, who would be crazy enough to storm a guild building protected by the Holy Kingdoms? Suddenly, the doors burst open and Chris walked in. The girls immediately straightened up and asked what brought him to White Swallow. The hero explained with a relaxed smile that climbing the tower was rough, so joining a guild sounded convenient. The girls let out relieved breaths, then froze as realization dawned. If they recommended this newcomer as a guild member, they could secure considerable influence for themselves. With strained smiles, they invited Chris inside and asked whether anyone had referred him to this place. He made it clear he came simply because he had heard the guild was popular. The girls exchanged sly smiles, realizing the newcomer knew nothing. The blonde asked him to demonstrate his abilities. Chris requested a coin. With a light press of his fingers, he bent it in half, leaving them stunned. He also mentioned that he knew the basics of magic. For example, he could create fire. The girls were visibly shaken, murmuring that he could do quite a lot, and turned away to whisper among themselves. The newcomer's skills were not the main issue. They could take him in, train him, and turn him into a future powerhouse. And on top of that, the blonde quietly noted that he was easy on the eyes. All Chris really needed was to buy himself a little time. Suddenly, one of the guards rushed in, reporting that something seriously bad had happened. A spirit monster had gone berserk and was tearing a village apart. The guild had already summoned everyone above the 50th floor, and the girls were urgently told to leave. Terrible timing, but they instructed Chris to stay put while they handled it and came right back. The building doors shut. It was the perfect moment to slip back into the ghost mask. People were panicking, flooding out of the market street. Everything nearby was getting erased without a trace. Even attacks from fighters above the 50th floor were useless. Vulcan awkwardly admitted he was furious. People kept calling him cringe, and he knew it. He had not acted like this in decades. Damn Chris, forcing the first spiritual master to embarrass himself. Vulcan would never forgive him. Meanwhile, the hero pushed deeper into the building, knocking out guards along the way. He still could not find the office he needed. One of the staff stepped out to check the noise. He screamed in terror when he saw the ghost mask in front of him. Chris grabbed him by the throat and glanced around. The room was packed with books, so this had to be it. The hero made it clear he was looking for something, and the White Swallow Guild was tied to the Holy Kingdom. Chris wanted a list of all other guilds with exact locations so he could hunt them down and erase them. Barely able to speak, the man asked whether the hero was not worried about his own safety, given his enemies in the Star Nine. Chris acknowledged the concern, but suggested the man worry about someone else. If the information was not handed over immediately, he would die. With a trembling hand, the man pointed at the desk. Chris appreciated that his time was not wasted. He dropped the man and moved straight to the pile of documents. Picking up one list, Chris saw the names of Cain and Carmen Descends. So this was the full guild roster. Cain and Carmen would all be crushed sooner or later. Chris would wipe them all out, starting with the siblings. He set the office on fire and walked away. The Golden Lich received a report from the 10th floor via the Puppeteer, which caught his attention. As he lifted the folder, a separate letter slipped out. Strange that the letter had been sent apart from the main report. After reading it, the Golden Lich was furious. How did the Ghost Mask know this? Ben Holio, head of the White Swallow Guild, reported that the damage appeared to be a burn caused by an unknown source. Witnesses who tried to intervene were dead, and the man who attempted to register looked suspicious. Ben asked for a description. The girls said it was a thin man. The blonde claimed he had a sharp nose and was handsome, while the brunette insisted it was flat and ugly. They immediately started arguing with each other. Then it hit the blonde. It might have been illusion magic. Vulcan returned to Chris, and the hero praised him for a job well done. With a smirk, Chris mentioned the rumors spreading about a terrifying ghost. Vulcan asked if they meant Chris. The hero confirmed that no one recognized him. Cheap illusion magic still worked wonders here. Everyone who saw him remembered a different face, though Chris carried nothing with him. He was supposed to have gathered intel on other guilds, but he tapped his head. Everything was stored there. The conversation was cut short by a sudden knock at the door. Vulcan thought Chris had ordered room service, but that made no sense. They prepared themselves and quietly approached the door. Chris counted to 3 and opened it. Vulcan instantly restrained the person outside. Chris took a look and was surprised. He had seen this man at the Golden Lich's company. It was the terrified Halcyon. He had been sent by the Puppeteer to deliver the message that the Golden Lich had arrived at the 10th floor branch. Upon arrival, Chris was met by an entire army of guards and wondered what the issue was. The Golden Lich admitted he did not know how Chris obtained the information in the letter, but found it impressive nonetheless. Knowing exactly what the letter contained, Chris still dared to stand before the Lich. The Lich approached him, making it clear the price would be steep, since the truth must never leak inside the tower. Behind the mask, Chris smiled. It had been a long time. The Golden Lich ordered his servants to escort the hero to his office with one condition: he had to stay alive. The squad leader commanded everyone to form up, planning to crush Chris at the very start. He never got the chance. The hero struck first, slamming him into the ground. Only a fool would shout his plans out loud. Chris dealt with the remaining servants in moments. Then he chased down the Golden Lich, raised his weapon, and challenged him head-on. The man turned and unleashed his golden power at Chris. The hero raised a shield, blocking a storm of golden coins. That skill consumed both gold and mana, the signature trait of the Golden Lich. Chris pushed through and questioned whether that was all he had. Of course, it was not. A massive wave of coins forged from this branch's gold hurled Chris into the sky. Even he would suffer fatal wounds from something like that. The Golden Lich detonated hundreds of coins around the hero, convinced it was over. Not yet. Chris planted a spear right at his face. In a battle of speed, he rarely lost. The Golden Lich shoved the spear aside, convinced such cheap tricks could never defeat him. Chris cut him off, making it clear he could not be killed. The Golden Lich ignored that claim and ordered his men to take Chris alive. The hero would explain everything. The master told him to follow. They entered a dazzling office soaked in luxury. The Golden Lich clearly adored wealth. Suddenly, another golden wave crushed Chris down. This space was completely isolated from the outside world by the Lich's golden power. Even gods and demons could not intrude here. Now, the Golden Lich demanded to know who had leaked the truth that he was the auction's true master. The auction was a massive system that allowed items to be sold throughout the tower. It had not appeared on its own. Someone created it and ruled over it, and that someone was the Golden Lich. If this truth ever surfaced, his entire company would collapse, which was why he demanded answers. The hero claimed it was a bluff, that no one had told him anything. The Golden Lich forged a massive axe from golden energy. Even missing a limb or two, the hero could still talk. He swung, but Vulcan shattered the golden axe in midair. That was a soul vessel, an item only a spiritual master could wield, and the Golden Lich knew it. Only now did recognition begin to dawn on him. Chris removed his mask, smiled, and reminded the debtor, William, that it was time to pay what was owed. The Golden Lich had believed the hero was long dead. Chris laid it all out. The purge of the 600th floor, the betrayal by the Star Nine, Baal's gift, and his resurrection. At last, the pieces clicked together for Vulcan. To be honest, William could not be completely certain this man was truly Chris, and the hero himself had once doubted it. The Golden Lich asked about his objective. First on the list was spending William's company funds. That meant signing a sponsorship contract. Chris spoke of the company as if it were already his, and the hero made it clear that it practically was. William had once been nothing more than a wandering merchant, and it was Chris who sold him a high-floor trophy. The hero was the true founder of the Golden Lich Company and its largest shareholder. William was stunned by the sheer audacity, yet it felt disturbingly real, as if he truly stood before Chris himself. If this was to be called a contract, then William would also have to give something in return, assuming this man was truly Chris. The hero proposed terms to be finalized after gathering all the necessary information. Fine. William would listen and pay. Chris explained that the Star Nine had deliberately set him up, or someone had manipulated them. Each of them was powerful and unlikely to obey one another without cause. Inside the tower, there were only 4 entities capable of such control, which left William shaken. Chris spoke of the 4 great beings, guardians of their racial supremacy. If another race ever produced a special existence capable of climbing high enough, those beings would lose their dominance. That was why they were obsessed with reaching the very top, or erasing anyone capable of doing so. Those who sided with them would be crowned as rulers of the middle floors. But as Chris pointed out, this was still speculation. For now, no one else besides him had suffered. The hero asked whether William had heard of the Oni village on the 100th floor. Chris knew the only survivor from that place. Her name was Leah, a young member of the Oni tribe. Meanwhile, she trained non-stop, refusing herself even a single moment of rest. Still, it was nowhere near enough to defeat him. Leah kept exceeding the boss time limit and failed again and again to reach the 10th floor. To meet her big brother again, she had to become far stronger than she was now. The very spirit bound to her wondered what Leah kept muttering about, since she could use its power. The girl only wanted to reunite with Chris as fast as possible, trusting that the spirit could wipe out orcs in no time. No, Leah would not rely on the Dragon Slayer's sword of massacre. She had promised Chris that much. She had to grow strong on her own and demanded not to be disturbed. William found it strange that, in that massacre, only a young girl and a single sword were spared. A child and a blade. That meant they were the true targets. Chris stated that an entire race had been wiped out for the sake of one girl. They had tried to crush a budding sprout. William realized this could shake the tower to its core. If that was true, then everything was headed for collapse. Chris's goal, however, was revenge. He intended to kill not only the Star Nine, but also the 4 great beings, and even the one who slaughtered the Golden Lich's family. Those words shook William deeply, dragging him back to the memory of standing among his relatives' corpses. He opened a space, and Baal and Kumiho immediately grew curious about the conversation. They were ruining the mood. Fine. William decided to buy Chris's information, a solid call. But the hero had to prove it here and now. The Golden Lich already half believed him. Chris wondered if this was really necessary. William was a merchant. Trust equaled money. Half trust meant no deals at all, annoying as hell. Chris summoned Baal, asking the Lord of Evil to act as his guarantor and offering a handshake. Baal protested that a single handshake was too cheap. 3 handshakes might be worth considering. Fine. Chris agreed to that. Baal assured William that this was exactly the person he thought it was. No doubts needed. The Lord of Evil swore to its truth. The Golden Lich laughed, realizing there was no escape now. He chose to believe the hero. William extended his hand, welcoming the phantom mask. Chris hoped the day would come when they could use real names, and he shook the Golden Lich's hand. The hero made his first request to his sponsor. If money could buy it, William would get it instantly. Chris wanted every weapon that existed in the tower, with extras to spare. William questioned the need, since Chris was a spiritual master. Was he planning to start a war on the 10th floor? Chris revealed his multi-class. The Golden Lich was stunned. That class name meant the hero could do everything. Any weapon he touched for the first time would feel like one he had mastered for years. If that was true, then Chris was already stronger than in his past life. He was still weak for now, but his potential was unmatched. In that case, it was William's job to unlock that potential. He immediately summoned the Puppeteer. The man entered, asking if they were finished. The Golden Lich ordered him to buy every weapon available on the 10th floor. He also told him to mix in items from other companies so it would not look suspicious. Then he handed over a card requesting VIP-level packaging. William and Chris waited in the office for a while until the Puppeteer finally returned. He brought everything requested. The hero asked how this could be everything when it looked like a single outfit. Chris had ordered far more than weapons alone. William assured him it was all there. This attire was called the Interdimensional Cloak. Its inner lining was linked to a pocket dimension, letting the user stash basically any items inside. Temperature, size, and color could be adjusted to match the wearer's vibe, and defensive magic layers were woven in for protection. If accessories were stored within, their effects would auto-trigger on their own. This was a ridiculously rare item, with only a handful like it in the entire tower, and William warned that it had to be used carefully. But the one who really had to be careful was William, since he'd be the one eating the cost of Chris's shopping spree. That guy Liam came back from a raid with his crew, dead convinced they were about to get wiped. They got no achievement, but Liam's items kept them breathing. Still, they burned everything just to make it to the 10th floor, and the guys started spiraling about how they were supposed to climb any higher now. Liam told them not to sweat it, since the 10th floor had a white swallow branch, and once they reached his brother, money would be handled. And that clown from the first floor had apparently become the Phantom Mask. Liam was furious that the Phantom Mask had dared to threaten him, and he swore payback was coming. He ordered his boys forward, claiming it was finally time for their revenge arc. But when they reached the White Swallow Guild building, they found it burned to the ground. Other guilds had pulled back to the 30th floor. Liam's brother went radio silent, and the crew had no idea what to do next. Night was already closing in, and they had no strength and no cash. Reaching the 30th floor was a pipe dream. They begged Liam to say something, since they trusted him and threw themselves into this mess because of him. Beyond having a brother in a decent guild, Liam didn't actually have anything real to stand on. So, what were they supposed to do now? Liam only wanted those useless dudes to shut up since they were no help anyway. Without him, they never would have even touched the 10th floor, and now that things went sideways, he decided it was time to get rid of them. A small fox suddenly sprinted up to them. Something was clearly wrong since it ran while wheezing, breath ragged like it was forcing every step. Liam snapped that if it wanted food, they had none, so it should get lost. The fox only rushed closer, panting harder, and Liam got irritated, demanding it stop sticking to him. Then he kicked it, calling it a filthy, stinking thing. That was it. The poor animal had the worst luck, catching Liam while he was already stressed to the edge. He started stomping it hard, dumping all his rage into every kick. Liam yelled that nothing ever worked out. Everything just got more tangled, and the only things around him were disgusting little pests. Then someone threw a sword, and in one clean, brutal moment, it severed his leg. Chris stepped in, closing the distance and demanding he stop, since more time would be wasted on healing if he kept going. Liam screamed in pain, demanding to know what kind of bastard had shown up. The Phantom Mask answered that the fox Liam had been kicking belonged to him. Earlier, Chris had told Vulcan they were heading to one last place, the Class Change Tower, because he needed real spiritual power. Vulcan asked why, since Chris was already a spiritual master, and Chris explained his class was basically a glitch. It existed because of past life memory carryover, and he still lacked the spiritual power earned through proper training. Vulcan got it then, realizing he hadn't even considered that angle. They'd originally planned to rest up using the Golden Lich's money. Then the system warned that the nine-tailed fox sensed something, and Baal told Chris to look that way. Chris approached and asked what Kumiho was doing there, and the nine-tailed fox begged for help. Her cub was in danger, so Chris immediately moved out and cut off Liam's leg right then and there. Chris was the owner of the fox Liam had been kicking. He never expected to find Kumiho's cub in a place like this, and on top of that, a quest popped up. Like luck decided to smirk at him for once. The mission was to save the apostle of a deity, then take care of it afterward, with rewards being a fox item and increased affinity with Kumiho. Seeing Chris, Liam assumed the mask was demonic, while Chris felt like he'd seen this guy somewhere before. Liam accused him of dirty tricks meant to provoke him, then ordered his boys to jump the intruder. But Chris vanished in a flash, scooping up the cub. He asked whether Liam even understood what that was, since it had been the last piece of luck Liam would ever get in his life. Liam didn't care, planning to do to Chris's leg what had just happened to his. Chris asked Kumiho what should be done with the guy, and the nine-tailed fox demanded they be killed. Those men had been the first to attack after all. So Chris tossed Liam his severed leg, letting him take back what he'd lost. Right after that, he triggered a corpse explosion, wiping the remains clean. So, this was the Kumiho's cub after all. Now the real question was what to do with her next. First things first, she needed a name. Chris couldn't just keep calling her a cub. Shortening fox cub turned into Deli, which sounded kinda workable. Vulcan said that once she grew up, she would probably crack Chris's skull first, and Kumiho nodded in full agreement. That opened the floor for ideas, and Vulcan claimed he would show true mastery in naming. Ho-Ran meant growing in the light, and he asked how that sounded. Chris stayed silent, and Vulcan told him to just say it if he didn't like it. The hero decided on Lee Miho, or just Miho for short, since it felt right. It was hard to believe such a picky fox would settle for that, but surprisingly, the cub seemed to like it. Part of the quest was complete, as Chris saved the Kumiho cub Miho and received a reward. The reward was a fox mask, which allowed the user to activate fox abilities. As the main owner grew stronger, the mask's powers would scale up as well. It was similar to the Oni race mask, with a kit packed full of unique skills. The most important one was Charm, a broken ability that crushed opponents without even laying a hand on them. Kumiho reminded him the quest wasn't finished yet and asked that the cub's health be restored. To do that, Miho had to be fed 999 pieces of raw liver, and it had to be fresh. That meant hunting personally, but if it counted as payment for the mask, there was no avoiding it. On top of that, his affinity with Kumiho would rise, which Chris actually looked forward to. With things settled for now, Vulcan went off for a walk. As soon as morning came, the hero planned to head straight back to the tower. If Vulcan was late, he could just meet him there. Vulcan nodded and flew off. Suddenly, Vulcan felt an absurd gap in energy levels. He spotted a horned figure radiating ominous mana. That presence was unmistakably draconic. Then the figure declared an intent to wipe out every last dragon. Vulcan was shaken, since dragons love their own kind to the point of narcissism. Their pride ran deep, so a statement like that meant he wouldn't spare even his own. Damn it. Dragons were about to show up on the 10th floor. People whispered that this dragon had been standing there for days, muttering nonsense to himself. It was strange that no other dragons had dealt with him, even after all this time. Suddenly, the dragon looked straight at Vulcan. It seemed he had sensed Vulcan's mana. The dragon recognized that so-called demon with terrible acting skills. Vulcan bristled at being called a demon. Judging by how little power the guy sensed, his level was pretty low. Vulcan mocked him as a snot-nosed dragon, and the guy snapped instantly. He raged about how Vulcan dared to call him a dragon, clearly asking for death. Meanwhile, Chris had already arrived at the Mage Tower near the 10th floor. It was odd that Vulcan still hadn't returned, and he wasn't responding at all. Chris entered the tower thinking it was empty when someone suddenly greeted him. A man named Ken managed the Mage Tower, and Chris noted how quiet the place felt. Ken explained that few people possess 10th floor mana, so only flies really came by. Chris wanted to use the Necromancer's room and asked if it was possible, which Ken approved. To prove his mana level, Chris had to fill the crystal sphere Ken was holding. All it required was channeling mana, basically casting magic. Chris touched the sphere and the entire room flooded with a violet aura. Ken was stunned that someone who had only reached the 10th floor carried that much mana. Suddenly, the crystal sphere shattered in Chris's hands and the guy collapsed to the floor. The hero calmly asked where the Necromancer's room was located. Meanwhile, the dragon launched an attack on Vulcan, and the situation turned ugly fast. Chris was too far away and mana had split from the soul. The dragon pressed Vulcan, tired of him hiding among souls, and the moment for a real fight arrived. Someone in the crowd suddenly noticed a horn. There was no doubt anymore he belonged to the dragon race. That realization only fueled his rage, and the crowd scattered in panic. This guy was definitely a dragon, yet his reaction to the word felt off, as if body and soul didn't quite match. Vulcan wasn't sure such a thing was even possible, but his scholar's curiosity awakened. He decided to turn the soul itself into a weapon. Vulcan would personally uncover what was hiding inside this dragon. He struck with a soul laser, cutting straight through. The dragon laughed, realizing Vulcan wasn't just some demon. This was spiritual power, magic fueled by the soul instead of mana, something beyond the dragon's reach. This was Vulcan, a true spiritual master, and the dragon would regret picking this fight. He decided it was time to introduce himself properly. The opponent fought back and introduced himself as Hendrickk, a dragon slayer, the one who intended to kill Vulcan. Dragon slayers were warriors forged in wars against dragons, and his soul was insanely strong. Vulcan couldn't understand why such a soul resided in a dragon's body. Hendrickk unleashed his signature dragon technique, and Vulcan realized he had underestimated him due to his youth. If the soul inside this body had climbed to the 800th floor, then not even Chris would be able to help. There was no way Hendrickk planned to just keep taking hits. Vulcan tried to bind the dragon with a soul link, but it was sliced apart like a full moon cleaving the night. Still, a massive hand formed above Hendrickk, summoned by that very soul link. Vulcan barely survived, hanging by a thread. He burned through all the energy and mana he had temporarily received from Chris. Hendrickk would likely pause for a moment, and that hesitation was Vulcan's chance to act. The dragon barely managed to repel the assault, and Vulcan stated his name. Hendrickk memorized it well, swearing to carve it into him next time. The tower held countless rooms, and Ken explained that the path of magic varied widely, clearly curious about who this hero really was. Chris had only reached the 10th floor, and Ken assumed he couldn't compare, having climbed to the 35th himself. Chris noted that Ken seemed like a solid mage and a decent guide. Ken led him to the Necromancer's room. Chemicals, corpses, and shelves of books filled the space, basically a Necromancer's dream setup. Ken said to call if anything was needed and left. Chris signaled it was time to begin, and Miho ran ahead before stopping short. Vulcan appeared, and Chris wondered what he had been doing all this time. The spiritual master brushed it off, claiming he had just overdone his morning training. Chris was clearly ready to start, aiming to use spiritual power just like Vulcan. He ordered the warrior spirits to prepare everything, bringing books, drawing a pentagram, and lighting candles. Vulcan picked Miho up and suggested moving farther away. This could be Chris's final command, so everyone needed to listen closely. Vulcan was tasked with guarding Chris's body until he awakened. The spiritual master warned him to be careful, since if he died, Vulcan would claim the body for himself. The spirit summoning began, and the force rushed violently into the hero's body. Miho panicked and cried out, while Vulcan calmed the cub, knowing everything was proceeding as it should. Spiritual power stood at the core of necromancy, the fundamental principle that allowed souls to be burned as mana. The fastest way to awaken that spiritual force was to accept the state of the soul itself. In other words, to die. It seemed Chris had stepped straight into the spiritual realm. Souls screamed for his body, desperate to reclaim flesh and return to life, and that meant it had begun. They chased the bound vessel with raw hunger, hoping for resurrection. Souls clashed with one another over Chris, while old Vulcan was urged to keep walking the path of truth. The hero's body was vulnerable now, so Vulcan ordered the warrior spirits to shield their master from the ghosts. Kobolds grabbed the spirits by their tails as Vulcan opened fire with spiritual lasers. Ken rushed into the room after hearing the chaos and froze in shock at the total mess unfolding. Vulcan realized Ken was in charge here and demanded his help. Miho hid around the corner, then noticed a ghost that had slipped behind Chris's back. It was seconds away from grabbing him, since there was no protection there at all. Vulcan and Ken didn't panic, convinced there was nothing behind Chris. If the hero didn't pull himself together, the body would be taken. Miho sprinted forward and her aura flooded the entire room. The ghost froze in confusion, stunned by the sudden appearance of a fox. Then they locked in place, gushing over how adorable Miho was, especially her fluffy tail. The ghost melted and collapsed, mesmerized by the cute little beast, and even Vulcan's warrior spirits weren't immune. Vulcan was shaken to see Ken fall under it too and told him to snap out of it. This was charm, not simple control. Miho's power enslaved even souls, proof that divine blood carried real weight. Then Nimed appeared, furious at the noise and the upside-down chaos. Vulcan remembered that before his death, Nimed had been incredibly strong. If Nimed tried to possess Chris's body, the danger would be off the charts. Vulcan tried to stop him but collapsed instead. The charm hadn't worn off yet and he couldn't move. Vulcan urged Miho to stop Nimed at all costs. The spirit brushed the furball aside, uninterested in her. Miho leaped at Nimed, pouring everything she had into her charm. But her strength was spent, and this was her absolute limit. Nimed snapped, enraged that a mere animal dared challenge him. Suddenly, something blasted the ghost straight through the arm. Chris thanked Miho, and Nimed's end was sealed. Even hostile spirits could be used as ammunition. Nimed raged at the audacity of a mere human daring to strike him. Chris pierced the ghost clean through with a 10-finger bullet, simple and brutal, condensing power in his fingers and firing it raw. All that remained of the ghost was a hole in the wall, proof the new power worked just fine. The puppeteer stood in total shock, wondering what kind of hellish trial in the class change tower produced this level. Explaining it would take too long, so Chris asked why the manager was here, and the puppeteer said he had something to deliver. Among all the items Chris requested, these were the ones missing from the interdimensional cloak. Deadly enhancement poisons, a fire crystal packed with flame energy, and an ice crystal loaded with frost. The puppeteer had found them faster than Vulcan expected, and Chris asked about the puppet carrying the suitcase. Those puppets were normally used for clearing the 100th floor and above, and the puppeteer confirmed it. Delivering these items marked his final task as manager of the 10th floor. The puppeteer planned to return and climb the tower as a participant. Chris questioned why, and the answer was simple. The manager needed real power. As a merchant, his goal was nothing less than reaching the summit. And according to the Golden Lich, thanks to Chris, the tower itself was on the brink of massive change. In conditions like these, the puppeteer, having cleared 100 floors, would become the ultimate merchant, a trader no one could even touch. Chris smiled at that mindset. Solid attitude. The guy really did resemble the Golden Lich back in his early days. If the puppeteer's abilities proved sufficient, Chris would eventually tell him about the plans he shared with the Lich. The man clearly wanted to hear them and expressed his gratitude. The puppeteer's carriage rolled away from the Class Change Tower grounds. That left Chris to deal with his empty stomach, while Vulcan wondered if he seriously planned to eat all of that. Obviously, there was no other way. The hero's appetite allowed him to absorb the power of items and make it his own. Wasn't Vulcan at least curious what kind of strength those crystals would unlock in Chris? Ken suddenly snapped back to reality and yelled that this place was dangerous. But all he saw nearby was Vulcan, so he asked where the participant and the fox had gone. The spiritual master told him not to worry, they were safe and sound. Or not entirely sound, which only confused Ken even more. Then screams echoed through the area. Flames burst from Chris's mouth as he devoured the crystal. The Kumiho grew anxious for her child. She begged that this horror not be shown to her cub. Chris's spiritual power fused with the fire, granting him resistance to hallucinations. Now only poison resistance remained, and later, after leaving the tower, his stomach throbbed in protest. Vulcan asked why Chris was putting himself through such torture, even drinking poison on top of it. But all of it was necessary. Chris had already said that since the Star Nine used different combat styles, he needed to prepare by stacking multiple resistances, especially against poison, since one of them specialized in it. And if he had realized their tricks earlier, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. A warrior spirit dragged in every orc from the surrounding area. Miho had waited long enough, and it was time to eat, so Vulcan thought the cub should get liver, since it was still young. But Miho suddenly bared her fangs and tore into the monster corpses, proving no extra help was needed. The cub consumed 127 pieces of raw liver out of the required 999. Chris considered triggering another wave, but this was a major city, and drawing attention wasn't smart. By the way, the hero asked who Vulcan had fought the previous night, so he had noticed everything, since Vulcan's mana had been fluctuating wildly. There was no way to miss that, and Chris asked if he had run into one of the four great beings. Vulcan confirmed the guess, saying it had been a dragon, a pretty strong one. Fortunately, he had managed to suppress it with spiritual power. Chris flew into a rage at the thought that one of the four great beings had been here. Vulcan demanded he calm down and not turn into a demon in the middle of the road. Blood trickled from Chris as the spiritual master told him again to cool it. That dragon hadn't been ordinary. Vulcan then explained everything he had seen and heard. Chris learned about Hendrickk, the Dragon Slayer. Even if he claimed that title, the idea was still insane. Flesh and soul existing separately was unheard of. Vulcan admitted he hadn't believed it either at first, but he had seen it with his own eyes. If it really was Hendrickk the Dragon Slayer, then Chris already knew him. At the very start of his climb, Hendrickk had killed a young dragon. After that, he slaughtered everyone who came after him, one by one. Eventually, he became known as a dragon slayer, and Chris had heard he died somewhere between the 700th and 800th floors. Vulcan suggested that, given the hero's circumstances, this might all be a trap. Still, meeting this Hendrickk at least once seemed necessary, though Vulcan urged him not to rush. Chris's predator trait might be a cheat, but it came with a price, forcing him to consume poison, fire, and ice crystals. It would be better to recover from the resistances they caused as soon as possible, a thought that made Chris wonder if Vulcan had lost his mind. Was he seriously suggesting divine purification for him and all the warrior spirits? And if so, what was the alternative? Chris could not keep coughing up blood behind the mask forever, and the cleanest solution was to obtain divine power. Vulcan called it nonsense, and Miho began to growl. Then she let out a full howl down the street, so loud it made ears ring. That was when Vulcan told Chris to look around. Something was clearly wrong with these people. What was going on with them, if they did not even react to Miho's roar? No one understood what was happening, yet they kept walking forward like empty shells. Suddenly the crowd parted, and a young woman approached Chris. She said it was a pleasure to meet the ghost mask, revealing herself as an alien. Chris drew his sword, sensing trouble, but she warned him not to do something he would regret. She was so fast that she intercepted his strike instantly and repeated that she was glad to meet him. Damn, she was strong too, and Chris could not move at all. The woman touched his face, noting the damage inside his mouth. Her hand moved lower, sensing the ruined throat, stomach, and organs, leaving the hero confused about her intent. Then she began healing Chris with her own energy. He stepped back as Miho and Vulcan panicked, but the hero's shattered body fully recovered, unmistakably divine power at work. The woman believed that should be enough to prove she had no hostile intent. She introduced herself as Uriel, an alien from the Muik tribe. The people around finally snapped out of it, confused about what they had been doing and for how long. The heroes arrived at the Golden Lich's hotel. The maid stood there blankly, as if lost in thought. They assumed they were just overworked, while Chris watched them through a narrow crack. He then closed the door and turned back to Uriel, asking what kind of tricks she had used, learning she had lightly altered memories. It was done to protect the citizens, since rumors could draw aliens to the 10th floor. Uriel acted decisively but not recklessly, which earned respect. Chris asked whether she had used that on him too, or if he had already forgotten, and she told him not to worry. Her charms did not work on someone with such a strong consciousness. Uriel looked at Miho and asked what that adorable creature was. She also noticed Chris's ghostly companion who kept watching her, so she could see them, and Chris asked why she had come for him. A man hiding his ugliness behind a mask was plotting a coup. He and his allies were weak, and she wanted him to succeed. Uriel had come because of a prophecy her tribe received, something close to a divine revelation. The masked man hiding his ugliness was almost certainly Chris. The hero asked about the Muik tribe, since he had never heard of it. Uriel removed her cloak and revealed her broken wings. The aliens had begun to lose their minds, blinded by greed and crossing every line. They accused anyone who opposed their will and expelled them from the tribe. When aliens committed crimes and were exiled, their wings, the symbol of their race, were cut off, marking them as no longer alien. Muik was a gathering of aliens like Uriel, exiled from the alien city of Utopia. According to the prophecy, Chris would stand against the four great beings. The people of Muik intended to help him. Through their spiritual link, Chris asked what to do, and Vulcan advised agreeing, since it did not feel like a lie. The hero then asked what kind of help they could actually provide. The answer shocked him, none at all. The power of Muik was immense on its own, but Utopia watched them closely. Any attempt to help would draw that hostility onto Chris himself. So why would he even do this? Turning down an alien army felt like a waste. Yet accepting their help was a move packed with risk. Still, he asked whether Muik would step in if he agreed, and later found himself in real danger. Uriel answered that they would help gladly. Perfect, Chris formed an alliance. The girl bowed deeply and thanked the ghost mask. Right? The hero never gave his real name. Chris asked if Uriel could blind gods and demons, even if only briefly. She plucked a feather from her wing and sealed the space inside the room. It resembled the technique used by the Golden Lich, and Chris double-checked that nothing could overhear them. Uriel confirmed he could curse them out freely without consequences. Chris tested it, removed the mask, and insulted Baal to see if he reacted. Uriel was stunned, but it seemed the Lord of Evil truly could not hear. The alien asked why such a sealed space was needed. Chris replied that since they were now on the same side, the mask and alias could go. His name was Chris Morris, once known 10 years ago as the Star of Death. Hearing that, Uriel dropped to her knees. She began apologizing for her earlier rudeness. It seemed she knew him. She knew the Chris who supposedly died 10 years ago. Uriel said she had been there when he died. Chris told her to think carefully before continuing. Uriel asked if he knew what awaited someone who cleared all 999 floors of the tower. Chris would become something twisted, half god and half demon, a watcher bound to the tower. The great beings were blinded by superiority and refused to share that position. Anyone else capable of conquering the tower was erased. Cut at the root, meaning Chris already understood this. It had been a theory before, but now he was certain, and certain that a conspirator stood before him. Chris snapped, threatening to send Uriel where her wings went. Dark hands closed around her neck, yet she added that this was exactly why she joined Muik. 10 years ago, when Uriel became Muik, she opposed the method of cutting threats at the root. That idea had been proposed by one man, Chris Morris, the Star of Death. The hero froze, released her, and apologized for his disgraceful behavior. She said it was fine, as this was a problem she had to resolve herself. Chris asked her to stop, saying he did not want to vent his rage on her, and that he now understood Muik differed from the heavenly race. Uriel thanked him for understanding and said there might be others among the great beings like him. If Chris wished to meet them, she would arrange their acceptance. Naturally, every place had different kinds of people, and of course, there were other exiles as well. If swayed to his side, they could become assets in the war against the great beings. Chris asked how he could meet Uriel again, and she said Muik's refuge was on the 191st floor, Dream City. That was lower than he expected, but Uriel explained that higher floors meant stronger influence from the great beings, especially the 200s to 300s, which were his territory, leaving no choice. Chris remembered that those floors belonged to Emperor Tess. If Muik settled there, Tess would likely attack them before any great being did. If Chris did not mind, Uriel said she would get dressed. He asked whether traces would remain if he gave her something. None would, but the heavenly race watched her closely, so she had arrived with nothing. Chris smiled and said that was more than enough. The girl blushed, thinking that was his angle, but the hero meant something else entirely. Chris started explaining that he meant her wings and wanted to take a feather. Uriel agreed without hesitation, since they would grow back anyway. Chris asked awkwardly, having thought they might never regrow. She handed him a whole fistful of feathers and warned that no one must know. The heavenly race could trace the owner of a feather. Chris told her not to worry, since he planned to eat them all. Uriel knew he was that kind of guy, then realized she misunderstood again, but chose to trust him. It was time for her to go, and they would meet again later in Dream City. Chris promised not to disappoint, and Uriel said she would be waiting. The hero immediately prepared to eat the feathers, since delaying was not an option. Divine power of the heavenly race made him wonder if his body could endure it, and what strength he would gain. Vulcan told Chris to do whatever he wanted, having given up after the third poison. The spiritual master lifted Miho and said she should not copy her master by eating everything in sight. Chris swallowed a feather and instantly began choking. He found himself in an endless sea of water, drifting in infinite space, likely unconscious. He woke up inside an imagined world. If his body could not accept divine power, then he would have to win a battle. A massive golden waterfall poured into him, the divine power flooding his being. It felt like a colossal mountain, absurdly heavy for a single feather. It was a good thing Chris never fought Uriel. He did not want to imagine what would have happened if she had devoured him whole. Chris noticed the water rising and realized it was a true waterfall. He had to overcome it before the divine torrent swallowed him completely. What to do now was clear, since there was only one way out. Vulcan watched Chris's body as spiritual power activated, yet something felt off. Chris was using his own soul as a component. Miho grew anxious, but Vulcan suggested trusting their master. If Chris started something, then he surely had a plan. Vulcan reminded himself that he was not the only one eager to see the result. He was curious what surprise Chris would unleash this time. Chris tried drinking the golden water through a straw, but that was not it. He attempted to suppress divine power with spiritual force. That power was meant to be absorbed through saturation. Chris thought an act of consumption would work, but it failed. He had to either let divine power overwhelm him or release it entirely. Still, Chris refused to back down. These images were created by his own soul, meaning another approach was needed. The waterfall transformed into a gigantic monster's maw, and now it was real. This was it, as Chris greedily devoured divine power in his new form. It tasted so good that he craved even more. A grin appeared on Chris's face, mirroring Baal's, exactly the outcome the Lord of Evil desired. Baal celebrated the birth of a predatory demon king, recalling William's tale of a greedy dragon. Just as Chris had Baal, that dragon had a god forever scheming and endlessly greedy. It devoured everything in sight and still wanted more, aiming to consume the entire world. A completely insane dragon known as the Greedy Dragon. Its title was Gluttony, and Chris had summoned it within his mind. The hero seemed to awaken, and Miho reacted with joy. Vulcan waited to see if it worked, already prepared to mock him if it failed. Sadly for that idea, it worked perfectly, since this was only the first seed. But it forged organs inside Chris capable of generating divine energy, and the hero wondered whether Vulcan was satisfied. The hero was still just a human, yet now wielded divine power. If anyone from the divine race learned of this, they would instantly want Chris dead, since his existence bruised their pride. He doubted they would stop at a single assassination and would not be surprised if the entire race came crashing down on him. An incredible result, but insanely dangerous, since Chris was not yet strong enough to withstand the assault of 4 sacred beings, especially if his condition remained unstable, and if he were forced into a direct clash with all 4. Days later, on the hunting grounds of the 10th floor, spirit warriors battled the local orcs. Watching from above, Chris noted that it had begun. The hero asked Vulcan how the rookie was holding up. Pretty well, just as expected, functioning as a healer for the undead and ghost warriors. A weak summoner crippled the entire combat engine of a necromancer. Yet judging by the divine power involved, he was aiming for a higher state, leaving no choice but to proceed cautiously. Miho seemed to have eaten everything and looked extremely satisfied. By tomorrow, it would all be over, with Miho needing only about 100 more livers. Chris never thought he would become an Orc Slayer twice over. He opened his status window and saw that over a few days the seed of divine power had grown, adding 2 points. 3 points would not change much, but they could be decisive in a critical moment. Vulcan asked what the hero planned next, and the answer was clear: a meeting with Hendrickk. Vulcan pointed out the exact spot where the dragon had remained all this time, doing nothing as if waiting for someone. Hendrickk, the dragon slayer using a dragon shell, was exactly the one Chris wanted to meet. If he was stuck on the 10th floor, there had to be a reason. Perhaps, like Uriel, he was waiting after hearing the voice of a god and a demon. Vulcan said they had arrived, and Hendrickk stood right beyond the alley. He truly did look like someone of the dragon race. Chris moved to step forward, but Vulcan tried to stop him, questioning whether he would really just talk to the guy. If Hendrickk was waiting for someone else, it would just look like harassing a stranger. Chris replied that fists could settle it then. Vulcan called him insane and told him to go alone. It looked like Vulcan had been scared stiff after the last encounter. He started justifying himself as the first spiritual master would never act that way, and Hendrickk caught the argument. Hendrickk had been told that someone on the 10th floor would grant his wish, and all he had to do was wait. Chris approached the dragon and asked if he was Hendrickk. The man admitted he had been waiting for the hero to speak. There was a familiar face among them. Hendrickk casually stated that Chris was accepted. The hero disliked the dragon's bluntness, but stayed silent since he was accepted. Too many eyes were around, so Hendrickk signaled to follow him. He said it was here, yet it looked like a dead end. Plenty of alleys branched off the square, but for some reason they stopped here. A red portal suddenly appeared, and Chris decided to follow Hendrickk. Looking around, the hero wondered what kind of place this was. Hendrickk explained it was a subspace hidden on the 10th floor, a place unseen by gods or demons, which made sense. Hendrickk declared his goal to wipe out every dragon in the tower who had killed his kin. He asked whether Chris was ready to walk that path with him. The hero questioned whether that dream was not outright stupid. Hendrickk bristled and demanded to know what Chris was muttering. Vulcan started yelling at the hero. Hendrickk was already a monster, and Chris had just pushed him closer to the edge. Through the spiritual link, Chris told the unlucky one to stay calm, since he already had a plan. The hero did not know Hendrick's full circumstances, but he could guess how he had fallen into such a broken state. Chris asked whether he even realized that it was not only those 4 beings who slaughtered them. It was not the hero's business why Hendrickk was obsessed with dragons, but that obsession alone was not enough. Chris intended to wipe out every freak who had screwed him over, no matter who they were. Once again, the hero stated that Hendrickk was still not worthy of standing on the same team with him. Did Chris seriously intend to take on all 4 great beings at once? The hero was the same as Hendrickk, dead once and brought back. Those beings stood behind the dragon's death, and that answer should have been enough. At that moment, the dragon burst into loud laughter. He admitted Chris was right and offered a reluctant apology. The seer Uriel mentioned turned out to be this very hero. It seems she had already found Muik. Fine then. Hendrickk liked Chris, and suddenly he drew his sword. He needed to personally test whether the hero's resolve was real. The dragon asked the man walking against fate what his name was. The hero removed his mask and revealed himself as Death Star Chris Morris. Suddenly, some old man started yelling at the damn lizard. They had supposedly reached an agreement, yet chaos was stirring again. Hendrickk grew gloomy when he realized the old man was also here, and Chris asked who he was. The dragon explained that this was the blacksmith who had arrived first and forged Hendrick's sword. The old man snapped that the kid could have left with the sword and demanded to know why he had returned. No way, he was a goblin. A strange mix indeed, as the blacksmith asked who this dark-skinned guy even was. Chris was shocked that this goblin was still alive, apparently having zero respect for age. The blacksmith confirmed he was not dead yet, and asked whether something bothered the hero. Chris clarified that was not what he meant and asked how the man survived that catastrophe. The blacksmith flew into a rage and swung his hammer, accusing the hero of being the thug who burned down the village. Hendrickk stepped in and stopped him. The old man demanded to be released, shouting that this bastard had destroyed the village. The dragon told him to calm down, since Chris had his own story, just like Hendrickk. Vulcan asked whether the old man knew a goblin named Leah, and the blacksmith screamed in shock at how they knew her. They moved into the old man's forge, where Chris revealed that Leah was alive. Hendrickk was stunned by the coincidence. The blacksmith explained that on that day there had been a festival, with all goblins of the tower gathered on the 100th floor. Feeling unwell due to his age, he had stayed behind. Then the tragedy struck, and the man asked where Leah was now and whether she was safe. Chris said she was currently on the 9th floor and would come to them soon. That meant the mask in the hero's possession belonged to her. Chris explained that Leah had given it to him as thanks for saving her, and Hendrickk asked whether the girl was strong. The hero replied that she had not fully matured yet, but in a one-on-one fight, she was stronger than them. The dragon then asked whether she was only a temporary ally or someone who would go all the way with them. Chris answered without hesitation that she was in it to the end, since when Leah gave him the mask, they agreed to take revenge together. The old man took the hero's hand and thanked him. His name was Geno, once the blacksmith of the Goblin village, and he promised to help Chris with his skills however he could. Geno asked him to help rebuild the village together with Leah, and Chris answered shyly that he would. Vulcan was surprised that the kid did not know the mask symbolized marriage. The blacksmith told the hero to take all the gear he had, since it was quality weaponry. It was vastly different from what the Golden Lich had provided, as Geno had been the finest goblin blacksmith. Eventually, Chris and Hendrick had to leave, wanting to say goodbye, but the old man had already fallen asleep. It seemed the weight had finally lifted after hearing there were survivors, since after the village tragedy, he had never been able to sleep peacefully. Fine then, they would not disturb him. First, Leah needed to be brought here once Chris met her. Meeting Geno would benefit her as well, a real relief. Suddenly, Vulcan shouted for Chris to be careful, and a massive explosion went off right behind him. Hendrick noted that the hero's reaction speed was solid, reminding him that this was a test to see whether he possessed skills capable of killing Chris. The hero warned Hendrick not to fool himself, since he would be testing the Dragon Slayer as well. Chris's spirit warriors would clash head-on with the dragon's sword techniques. A rain of daggers fell toward Hendrick, but it felt underwhelming. The dragon could not understand how Chris had so easily evaded the sword technique. He instantly realized it was the multi-class factor, grabbed the hero by the arm and hurled him aside. Mage and Necromancer. Chris moved well for such a class, yet Hendrick pointed out a serious flaw. To make it truly effective, the hero would have to awaken the monster of the 10th floor. What Hendrick did not realize was that chains had already bound him from behind. Vulcan calmly asked, "What about the first spiritual master?" Chris activated Gungnir. In a single second, the hero slit the throat of a great orc warrior, unleashing his strongest magical technique. Gungnir was sent flying toward Hendrick, though Vulcan grew uneasy at the pattern on the dragon's sword. Using magic dispersion, the dragon effortlessly shattered the chains. The destructive force of the dragon's strike cleaved Gungnir apart. Vulcan shouted for Chris to be careful, yet the hero was still caught in the blast's epicenter. Hendrick struck again and asked whether this was truly Chris's strongest move. With nothing more to say, the dragon declared the hero finished. Then Chris emerged from the opposite building, bow in hand, holding on to one last trump card. Hendrick mocked that compared to sword techniques, the hero's archery looked downright awful. Still, the arrows, infused with magic, managed to pierce the dragon's body. One decisive blow remained, the finishing strike. When Chris fought alongside Leah, side effects constantly appeared, but this time it would work. While the hero put on his mask, he missed the moment, and Hendrick unleashed a fiery tornado. This would not be easy. The dragon laughed, admitting Chris was strong, though he had lost the battle in sheer numbers. Yet it was far from over as he craved more. Hendrick charged his sword with blazing dragon energy, daring Chris to come at him. Chris had no room left to dodge. Even if he could predict the dragon's movements, speed alone would not be enough. One clean hit meant the end. In that case, Chris placed his hope in the fox mask. Geno woke up from the thunderous noise, realizing that the insane lizard Hendrick had gone wild again. Suddenly, Miho bolted out of the forge, and the old man tried to chase after him, knowing how dangerous it was. Hendrick vanished for a moment, then struck with his Dragon Slayer sword. He was ready to finish Chris, but the hero dodged. The dragon could not believe it, since such a technique should have been unavoidable. Then Chris appeared on a building wall right behind Hendrick, and the Dragon Slayer understood it was all thanks to the mask. So the hero wanted to play predator. He revealed long claws and leapt at Hendrick. The Dragon Slayer fought back, noting that Chris's movements and strength were nothing like before. All of it came from the fox mask, yet this was no laughing matter, as Chris seized the perfect opening. But the bastard had deliberately given ground just to cast magic. Another explosion erupted around Chris. The final ability came into play, enchantment. Hendrick shattered the pink field instantly, raging that men held no interest for him. A bit of focus was all it took, since such spells broke easily. Still, Hendrick had to freeze for a brief instant, and Chris unleashed his claw blades. Closing in at point-blank range, he abandoned fancy weapons, determined to end it with a single strike. Chris borrowed Wadley's technique, multi-class combat, Fox technique, enchantment, raw power reinforcement all stacked together. Spiritual power, demonic power, divine power. The hero unleashed everything he had without holding back. Chris condensed all that force into a single fist and struck Hendrickk with Wade's signature piercing blow. The combat aura and the explosion were so insane that Vulcan lost consciousness, unsure how the battle had ended. When his vision cleared, he saw a battered but living Chris, still standing firm on his feet. The hero had burned through everything, unable to even move a finger. That blow should have finished Hendrickk. The Dragon Slayer, clutching his stomach, acknowledged that Chris had been accepted. Hendrickk himself, however, had failed. If Chris had used his final strike, the idiot should have gone down. The dragon never expected to fail the trial, and that alone made him irritate Chris even more. Fine then. Hendrickk would make his decision after seeing the hero's final move. Chris had impressed him. The Dragon Slayer would do whatever it took to move forward. The hero was stunned, barely able to think, let alone move. When a blazing dragon loomed over him, Chris decided it did not matter anymore. Hendrickk had passed. Vulcan teased the hero, saying he lost too, after boasting about testing the Dragon Slayer himself. Chris snapped back, reminding him he was just a ghost, though Vulcan still felt pain when he moved. The hero looked like a total wreck and clearly needed to stop pushing himself. Vulcan pointed out that meeting Uriel and gaining divine power had saved Chris. Without it, his weak body would have given out long ago. Chris demanded the old man stop nagging him. They would see once he recovered. Vulcan kept laughing and the loser's protest barely registered. Suddenly, Hendrickk entered the room, checking on Chris's condition. Vulcan remembered the dragon's threat about cutting him down next time. The spiritual master apologized for what had happened earlier. Hendrickk brushed it off. They were in the same boat now, and old grudges were pointless. That was good enough. During battle, Hendrickk had seemed just as unhinged as Chris. Outside of combat, though, he was completely different. Vulcan apologized again, noting that Chris looked terrible. Hendrickk admitted he had gone too far. Chris, still furious, told both of them to come at him again next time. He would definitely win. Hendrickk thought that one day that might actually happen. Chris had called him today because he wanted to hear about the Dragon Slayer's past life and about his death. Hendrick's family and homeland vanished without a trace because of dragons. By sheer luck, he survived. All that remained as he looked upon his fallen kin was hatred toward horns and scales. After that, Hendrickk climbed the tower like everyone else. Fortunately, he had talent. It reminded Chris of someone familiar. On the 600th floor, Hendrickk killed his first dragon and began his revenge. Astonishingly, he reached the 600th floor quickly, and from then on hunted the four great beings. They hunted him in return. That became his daily life as he grew stronger. The stronger he became, the weaker their punishments grew. After the 800th floor, they no longer had a true lair. Punishment was a system designed to prevent participants who reached high floors from monopolizing the tower. All participants faced restrictions on their abilities when their floor level dropped. That was exactly why Chris survived the Golden Lich's blow. Without punishment, he would have died. The hero asked in shock how high Hendrickk had climbed. The answer was 900. His journey ended on the 900th floor. Hendrickk had crossed every possible line. More and more races began hunting him down. In the end, he could not handle them all and ended up here. The irony was brutal. Among countless races and classes, the one who saved him was a human in a dragon mask. Hendrick's life had been harsh. He wanted to die, yet even that proved difficult. So he chose to accept everything as it was and use his body for revenge. Yeah, that sounded just like him. Hendrickk pressed on, asking when they would finally get started. Then he remembered Chris was waiting for Leah, so the hero planned to climb the tower together with them. Hendrickk wondered where someone as weak as Chris would even be sent. It seriously got under his skin. They actually had a lot in common. Hendrickk had been alone in his final moments. Most likely, Chris would be too. People had to learn from their own mistakes. Trying to conquer everything solo was pure overconfidence. Chris agreed. They needed helpers, allies, brothers in arms who could fight back to back. That was why Hendrickk proposed forming a guild. The scene shifted to the 600th floor, home of the Songguk Guild Hall. Carmen burst in, shouting and demanding to know what was going on. Kane explained that news had arrived from the White Swallow Guild branch on the 10th floor. Some maniac had set the place on fire, burned everything to the ground, and did it alone. Carmen was stunned that a single person pulled it off. According to Benvolio's intel, it did not look like the work of a guild or organization. She called it impossible. Even the strongest would face brutal punishment on such a low floor, even her or the Star Nine. After punishment on the 10th floor, taking over a guild hall would be impossible. Kane concluded that the criminal on the 10th floor already possessed absurd power, just like him and Carmen back when they first climbed the tower. For now, it was only a theory. Carmen asked what Kane would do if such a person truly existed. Naturally, he would use the same method as 10 years ago and cut the sprout at the root. Kane would hire a capable hunter, and the problem would disappear. Back to the heroes. Regarding the guild, Chris agreed with Hendrickk. There was one catch. The hero was currently completing Baal's quest. He had to become famous across the entire tower before reaching the 100th floor. Chris did not want his reputation buried under Hendrick's name or a guild title. Hendrickk paused briefly, then said the answer was simple. Chris would become the guild master. From the start, the Dragon Slayer never sought that role. Or rather, he was never confident enough in himself. A necromancer as exceptional as Chris had the talent to command an army. It annoyed the hero, but he was still weaker than Hendrickk. As guild master, he would have to give orders. Chris asked whether Hendrickk could obey someone weaker and be fine with it. The Dragon Slayer dropped to one knee, offering his answer without hesitation. Chris could not imagine the humiliation Hendrickk had just endured. How furious he must have been, and how powerless. Yet for the sake of the goal, he was willing to accept even that. Chris smiled. For their revenge, he would become the guild master. Hendrickk said the hero had made the right choice. Vulcan asked what the guild would be called. Chris recalled rumors about a masked man plotting an uprising. He chose the name Opposition. Nothing fit better. The guild could be registered immediately by paying a fee to the trading company. They could also talk to the Puppeteer and handle it for free. Chris went to Halcyon. Right. He had forgotten that the Puppeteer left, and Halcyon was now in charge of the 10th floor. Chris noticed Ken was there as well and wondered why. Ken explained the tower was under renovation, and he had grown close to Halcyon from frequent visits. Halcyon then asked what business brought the Ghost Mask here. The hero answered that he wanted to establish a new guild. Halcyon practically lit up. If the Ghost Mask opened a guild, everyone would want to join. However, founding a guild required at least 2 members. Chris pointed at Hendrickk, Vulcan, and Miho, checking if that lineup was enough to start things. Ken freaked out over a dragon standing that close, while Halcyon lit up guessing the hero had recruited him. Chris joked that the guild leader had become a real celeb, though Hendrickk did not see that as praise. The hero added that this was not the full roster yet. Others had already received invitations. He figured that once everyone gathered, someone was bound to be unhappy. Halcyon understood since the Golden Lich ordered him to answer every request from the Ghost Mask. Invitations went out to Geno, the Puppeteer, Leah, and William himself, who found it intriguing. Chris kept grinding finger-shot practice without slowing down. Today, Miho was set to finish the second quest. As always, the cub ate like a champ. At last, the liver gauge filled completely, bursting into a strong pink glow. Hendrickk asked what would happen after completion, but even Chris did not know for sure. The nine-tailed fox said it was searching for its true form. Vulcan suddenly pointed ahead, revealing Miho's real form as a small girl. She dropped straight into his arms. Kumiho noted proudly that her child was adorable. Miho looked at Chris and called him her dad. Before anyone reacted, Leah asked her brother if he seriously had a daughter and where she came from. Miho pointed at Leah, asking who she was, again calling Chris her dad. Chris panicked and turned to Kumiho, confused about what was happening. The quest was complete, and Miho had become his pet. That was the reward. Kumiho asked him to tell everyone Miho was his daughter, while Chris tried to process it all. Vulcan and Hendrickk started mocking him, joking that people were giving birth to foxes now. Leah collapsed in shock, wondering how old Chris must be to have such a grown daughter. She reasoned that her brother was strong and handsome, so a girlfriend was not surprising. Leah forced herself to accept it, telling herself it was fine, even if confusing. Hendrickk realized this was the goblin girl named Leah. He stepped forward, greeting her and introducing himself as someone who would support Chris. Hendrickk hoped for cooperation, but Leah recognized the hated burning image in him. She screamed that he was the enemy of her village and rushed to kill him, forcing Hendrickk to defend. He asked Chris for an explanation, sensing the girl misunderstood something. She saw him and snapped, and Chris told Hendrickk to deal with it himself. Hendrickk worried Leah might get seriously hurt but trusted she could handle it. He decided to treat this as an entrance exam. Hendrickk knocked Leah back, but she instantly closed the distance again. Her power was solid yet far from enough to defeat him. Leah hit the ground again, the gap in strength painfully clear. Her enemy stood right there, but she lacked the power for revenge. That same spirit laughed, saying this was what a dragon truly was. This time, it would grant the young goblin girl power enough to kill the dragon and show why the spirit was called a dragon slayer. Hendrickk saw the ego sword and found it amusing. He blocked the dragon slayer sword's power with one hand. Then he struck Leah in the stomach, sending her crashing down. Hendrickk warned her not to think the sword was ordinary, as its quality far surpassed hers. The dragon slayer sword stood as proof of that. Leah begged the spirit for strength to take revenge. The dragon slayer was pleased, seeing her finally act like a true swordswoman. This was revenge for the burned village, a price to be paid for fallen goblins. She struck with such force that Hendrickk was sent flying. That power was far beyond her level. The sword had force-fed her raw strength. The owner of such a blade could easily be pushed straight into danger. Hendrickk demanded that Leah let go of the sword. That power clung to her like a parasite, and she could not control it. Burning memories of the village surged before Leah's eyes once again. She screamed that she would let go only after Hendrickk was dead. Her village had been burned to ashes, and there was no forgiveness for that. It became clear that Leah also hated dragons, hated them to the point it consumed her. Fine then. Hendrickk had only one option left. He had to stop her from becoming a vessel. It would hurt like hell, but she would survive. The impact of Hendrick's strike was so violent that she blacked out for a moment. Leah found herself walking through the forest near the goblin village. A ball rolled to her feet. Children ran up asking big sister Leah to toss it back. These were local kids she knew well. She returned the ball and everything seemed normal. Then a little girl asked why only Leah had survived. A burning skeleton grabbed her, begging to be saved, saying they wanted to live too. Dozens of scorched figures piled onto Leah, asking why she alone was alive. She broke down, crying and asking why she was the only survivor. A spirit answered that she was meant to live. Someone destined to wield the Dragon Slayer sword had to survive. Even if all goblins perished, the one who could avenge them was Leah alone. The spirit told her to stand up, reminding her that goblins never forget debts or vengeance. Leah seized the sword and lunged at Hendrickk. She was about to pierce his body, but the blade shattered against him. The spirit said this was probably her limit. Leah needed to grow even stronger, strong enough to truly wield it. Until she avenged every goblin, she collapsed onto Hendrickk, completely drained. Vulcan and Chris rushed over in panic, fearing someone had died. Hendrickk was fine. Leah had lost all her strength before the sword even landed. He said the child needed rest. Leah was carried to a safe place and laid on a bed. She was clearly exhausted, having pushed far past her limits. Using that sword was too much. Once she woke up, she would probably rush Hendrickk again. Her story felt painfully familiar. Chris suspected that dragons had been among those who attacked the village. Hendrickk replied that she would have to overcome her hatred, since the crime of a weapon was the fault of its wielder. Chris asked him to come along. He had rented the entire floor and Hendrickk could use it until Leah woke up. The dragon was grateful, but said Chris did not need to worry about his feelings. Chris snapped, making it clear he was not worried about Hendrickk. Leah would be calmer if he was not around when she woke up. Leah slowly opened her eyes, hoping to see her brother, but instead found a cheerful Miho. The fox shouted excitedly that the horned sister had woken up. Chris entered immediately. Leah was awake, though still confused about everything. She tried to speak, then slipped back into unconsciousness. Chris dragged Miho away, warning that if she kept calling Leah sister, she might not survive. The fox was confused about who would kill her, and Chris silently pointed at Leah. Some time passed. Chris asked if Leah had packed everything, since they were not returning to the 10th floor. Yes. The Dragon Slayer's sword was broken, yet it still felt inseparable from her. All of Hendrick's gear was magic made, leaving nothing behind. Miho had no belongings either. Chris noticed Miho no longer called him Dad, but Appa instead. Leah proudly said she taught her that, since Miho might be a spirit, but she was still just a kid. Naturally, she still could not tell the difference between Dad and an older brother. So, Leah explained everything to her in simple, gentle terms. Miho liked Papa more, but there was no real choice. Chris pulled out 3 spatial teleport scrolls and told them to take them. Once torn, they would be transferred to a hall prepared by the Golden Lich. Leah was stunned, since those things cost a fortune. Chris was about to move out when Vulcan suddenly protested, asking where his scroll was. Oh right, the hero almost forgot and began pulling the spiritual master into himself. Vulcan went ballistic. He had told Chris not to treat him like an item and shove him into inventory storage. And now, forward. After arriving, Leah was shocked that such a bright place existed on the 10th floor. Everything there was built with magic. Only the Golden Lich could afford expenses like that. Suddenly, Geno arrived. Leah could not believe it at first, then rushed in and hugged her grandfather tightly. Both of them burst into tears. They had finally reunited, pure relief washing over them. The Golden Lich entered the room. The late ones arrived together. Apparently, no one taught them that it was polite to come 10 minutes early. William already knew about the Goblin situation, so there was no reason to get angry. He remarked that the Death Star had grown soft. The Puppeteer asked if this was truly the one who died 10 years ago, the man who betrayed humanity for power and strength. So he knew. Chris removed his mask and confirmed it was him, the one who died a decade ago. The Golden Lich laid out all the information they had gathered so far. The Puppeteer struggled to process it. So the 4 beings had secretly been erasing heroes with potential all this time. Among the victims was the Goblin village on the 100th floor. The Phantom Mask, meaning Chris and Hendrickk, were also victims who had returned from death. Chris nodded. That was why the guild's purpose was revenge. Confrontation. They would flip the entire world of races upside down. Geno knew it. These people were bound to change the tower. After the gathering, William asked what Chris planned to do next. But there was only one path left. They would climb the tower. The others would do the same. Everyone would cultivate their strength to the absolute limit. To survive a storm, one had to become the hurricane. Leah asked with hope whether Grandpa Geno would climb the tower with them. He thanked her, but said he needed to move separately from the group. Leah was shocked and asked why, Geno had confirmed her safety and felt at peace. The old man felt his rage dulling, just like hers. If they stayed together, they would calm down and stop fighting. The last goblin sword could not be allowed to dull because of some old man. From that moment on, Geno changed his name to Muik, the one without a shadow. He was no longer Goblin Geno, but a blacksmith. He told Leah never to forget the anger and responsibility of the last goblin. That meant Chris had a task for Grandpa Muik. He told William that he wanted to establish a base on the 100th floor. To do that, the goblin village needed to be investigated. The Golden Lich said there was no problem and asked who would manage it. There was clearly a suitable person present. The greatest goblin blacksmith, who had lived on the 100th floor for a long time and knew the land inside out. That made perfect sense. William told the puppeteer to head to the 100th floor with Muik. The young man respectfully said he would escort the old smith. With everyone's roles decided, it was time to move. The confrontation squad was ready to live up to its name. The group arrived at the entrance to the safe zone of the 11th floor. The 11th floor marked the real beginning. Everyone who had done this to Chris should start waiting. He did not care how high they had climbed. He would grind them into dust. A girl in a gray robe entered the zone behind them. She removed her hood and followed after them. People whispered non-stop about the phantom mask reaching the 50th floor. Chris ordered the servants of the dead kingdom to rise. The guards rushed him from behind in a sudden ambush. At the same time, rumors spread that the companions of the phantom mask had also made their move. Chris's army seized the palace on the 50th floor. The man watched from above, unable to grasp what was happening. Why now, when he held power? But the guild master of the Sacred Kingdom was not the type to only take hits. He completed a spell and a massive golem emerged. Across the kingdom, golems began activating one after another. Leah shouted that this was a monster from the 120th floor. Exactly so. Once the guildmaster finished summoning all the golems, the balance would flip instantly. He ordered his golems to tear apart those bastards who dared touch the Sacred Alliance. He did not even finish before his main golem was cut down. The strongest ally of the Phantom Mask turned out to be a dragon. Chris stepped up and grabbed the man by the throat. They were from the Shikari branch on the 50th floor. The man wondered if the hero truly meant to become an enemy of the Stellar Nine. How could Chris not? Those freaks became his enemies 10 years ago. He crushed the man's body without hesitation. Every time the Phantom Mask set a new record, the guilds on those floors were reduced to nothing. Was the Phantom Mask really this strong? On the 50th floor, Chris handled everything cleanly. Perfect. The heroes would keep flipping the board and smashing those idiots' plans next. People whispered that the Phantom Mask and his people had attacked the Stellar Nine. Chris checked on Baal's quest. He could see everything up to the 100th floor now, information spilling everywhere. Vulcan said that up to the 40th floor, they had managed to erase traces using magic. Chris was doing this on purpose. He was done hunting for information. Now it was their turn to hunt him. Chris opened his status window. His traits were Predator and Omnipotence. His passives included full spectrum immunity and endurance. That alone was enough to handle almost anyone. On top of that, he possessed weak but genuine magic power. Even that could become a weapon against someone from higher floors. The only regret was the lack of proper weapons. Hendrickk advised him not to get greedy. Chris already had a weapon forged by Muik. Without climbing higher, it would be hard to obtain anything better. Leah wondered how her grandfather was doing. Miho said Leah was upset because of Hendrickk. The dragon rolled his eyes. Still, there was no other choice. To get weapons and cheer Leah up, they had to go there. Chris meant the black market on the 51st floor where solid items could be found. Things that were hard to obtain through normal means, sometimes even rare pieces. If Leah liked something at the auction, Chris would buy it. Leah lit up with excitement, and Miho started yelling that she wanted something too. The hype was real. Chris figured he should have done this sooner. Shopping did not sound bad at all. They were about to head for the market when a bomb was thrown at them. The same girl in the cloak aimed a gun straight at Chris. Explosions followed one after another. Small weapon, insane firepower. Without the mask's power, things would have gone south fast. Chris barely dodged a point-blank shot. Hendrickk was ready to finish her when she linked with the system. It turned out she was a machine. The girl blocked the strike and flung the dragon away. Leah and Miho snapped in rage that she dared raise a weapon against their brother and attacked from both sides. The girl suddenly launched a lethal drone. After that, she released a barrage of bombs at the heroes. Leah and Miho were stunned by the blasts. The so-called super rookie Phantom Mask and his crew. The girl expected more. This was all they had. Obviously not. Chris and Hendrickk had been waiting for the right moment and struck from behind. The girl instantly pressed guns to their heads. Clean move. She feared the ending might be boring. She knocked them away and told them not to overdo it, saying she had something to tell them both. Her name was Shane, a professional bounty hunter. That meant someone had paid for their heads. But they had only reached the 50th floor. Who would even place a hit on them this early? Shane made it clear that introductions were unnecessary. One was the super rookie known as the Phantom Mask, and the other was his weird dragon companion. On top of that, both of them were her prey. Hendrickk leveled his sword at Shane, making it clear that if she had last words, now was the time. The girl smiled and explained that they had been prey, but she had changed her mind. Instead, she proposed a wager, something that would benefit everyone involved. If the heroes won, Shane would reveal who had paid for their heads. Hendrickk could not listen any longer and was ready to cut her down on the spot, but Chris stopped him. If the Stellar Nine or the four great races were behind this, the danger level skyrocketed. They needed information, so Chris chose to hear Shane out. She checked whether negotiations were over, and the hero asked what kind of wager she had in mind. Shane answered that fighting the strongest was pure thrill for her, and she suggested a battle. Hendrickk was stunned. In the end, she just wanted to fight. Still, there was a condition. No matter who won, all three had to survive. The heroes could only get information if Shane stayed alive, and she also had no reason to kill them. A deal based on mutual survival. Something felt off, but intriguing. 2 versus 1. So Shane demanded that the Phantom Mask not use summons. Chris agreed. Once he caught her, he could figure out what she was really after. Hendrickk added that they could slice her up as much as they wanted, as long as she stayed alive. Fine by her, Shane initiated the fight, activating autopilot mode in her helmet. Target locked. Fire open. It felt like child's play at first glance, but it seemed Chris had forgotten that Shane still had guns. He instantly activated a spiritual shield. Shane sensed Hendrickk behind her, activated her visor, and dashed away, narrowly avoiding the two attacking each other. She could not figure it out. Chris and Hendrickk were acting out of sync, each trying to handle things solo. Chris questioned whether Hendrickk noticed him blocking her, while the dragon snapped back that attacks should be anticipated. Chris barked that the dragon had to adapt to him, since this was an order from the guildmaster. Hendrickk argued back, insisting that if they trusted his lead, they would win. Shane called out to the two who were busy arguing. She understood that ego mattered to them, but leaving her alone like that felt excessive. Shane asked if they had ever heard of a railgun. Electricity surged, and suddenly they were flung deep into the forest. It hurt like hell, but everyone was alive. Good thing the teleport kicked in properly. If Shane had landed that hit on Chris and Hendrickk, they would have been toast. Preparing that escape just in case had paid off. Hendrickk shouted that they had bailed mid-fight and demanded to know what was going on. Chris shut him up fast, just as a drone buzzed overhead. Or rather, the helmet itself. Shane was packing insane tech. Who even was this woman? There was no way she was born on this world. The tower connected countless dimensions and realities. It was entirely possible that Shane came from somewhere far beyond, where technology had blown past anything Chris knew. Chris made it clear to Hendrickk that if he truly wanted to win, he had to follow orders. Shane caught up with the drone and began searching the forest. That was when Chris appeared right in front of her. He showed himself openly, almost as if he were surrendering. Chris apologized for the trouble, noting that Hendrickk was hard to kill, and then activated a Soul Link spell. Shane thought it was some insane technique at first, only to realize he was trying to restrain her with a spell. It was honestly insulting. Chris was seriously underestimating her. The moment she tried to break out of the cocoon, she saw a face and fired instantly. The sheer audacity of it made her pause. No, there was something more going on there. Hendrickk commented that he was actually enjoying this. It turned out to be the Phantom Mask's shield. Hendrickk launched his assault. Not bad at all. So Chris was not just a summoner-type spiritualist. Thanks to his multi-class trait, he transferred all of Shane's buffs and abilities straight to Hendrickk. Now the hero showed what real multi-class support looks like, anime style and all in. Hendrick's speed spiked hard as the Phantom Mask loaded him with fresh skills. Shane opened fire, unloading everything she had. Bullets meant nothing to Hendrickk. Escape was already off the table. While Shane tried to hold with a barrier, Hendrickk summoned a Thunder Dragon. Closing in, he finally stepped on the gift that had helped her reach this place. A nuclear mine detonated, unleashing an absurd, world-thrashing explosion. What kind of universe did Shane crawl out of to wield tech like this? Chris dodged the blast wave, but a bullet still punched straight through his chest. Checkmate vibes as Shane moved closer. The dragon looked out of the fight, leaving only the wounded Phantom Mask. Chris could barely believe it, yet she really seemed convinced. Shane clearly forgot one thing. Hendrickk was insanely hard to kill. She finally realized the guys had been acting the whole time. Hendrickk snapped in fury, forced into such a disgusting form because of her. He began incinerating everything around him, proving why the strongest beings of the tower stood apart. Still, Shane had not burned through all her machines. She pushed output to max and unleashed hell. Hendrickk sensed something wrong. Shane had called in a swarm, sending chills down her own spine. She and Chris had sworn not to kill each other, but Hendrickk intended to make her beg for death. Shane believed she could still stop him and summoned Baijay at maximum power. Even with holy energy, Chris's recovery was painfully slow. Those bullets were clearly special. Once Hendrickk transformed, all of Chris's buffs and defensive techniques vanished, as if Hendrick's very existence flipped all the mana in the area upside down. Shane commented on how strong the dragon was while sitting atop him. Hundreds of her copies surrounded Hendrickk in an instant. He controlled all the mana here, yet she pulled it off anyway. This was not magic. It was science. Holograms. Even the Master of Mana could not interfere with them. And every weapon among them was real. Hendrickk only smirked. Toys like these meant nothing to him. Then Shane rolled out a massive cannon, nearly the size of the dragon itself. This was her most terrifying weapon, one she never wanted to use. Fine. Hendrickk decided to go all out as well. The dragon's fireball collided with Shane's missile, turning the sky into blinding annihilation. What remained was a massive crater, an antimatter bomb. No wonder she hesitated. Her systems overheated while maintaining barriers, making normal flight impossible. Shane praised the system and allowed it to rest. Yet that monster was still capable of fighting. Suddenly, his wing crumbled, and Hendrickk crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact. Shane smiled, thinking she had really done it, but relaxed too soon. It was still 2 against 1. How could she forget? Chris was still standing, calmly talking despite the hole in his chest. Shane dismissed it, claiming that the pretty face behind the mask meant nothing. Her weapons were enough for him alone. He should just accept defeat. Chris disagreed. Victory would be decided only after the fight, and at that moment he devoured dragon scales. The heroes needed the information Shane possessed. Chris had to get it, no matter the cost. That sensation surged through him, the raw power of a dragon. Now it made sense why dragons were called the masters of mana. Chris felt borderline omnipotent. He summoned Gungnir upon Shane and immediately triggered chaotic barrage mode. She could not grasp what was happening because this was unmistakably dragon magic. At first, Shane assumed the phantom mask was also from the dragon race. That was not the case. He had devoured Hendrick's scale, and his energy signature warped afterward. The realization hit hard. Chris could actually wield the power of items he consumed. The hero snapped at her sluggish reaction time and lunged forward, pressure exploding outward. Shane instantly drew her beam saber and went on full defense. Chris pressed her, wondering where her confidence and loud bravado had gone. The legendary hunter persona cracked, and Shane burned with rage at that jerk from the 50th floor. Fine. If he wanted it that bad, she would end him. She activated the Railgun Chimera. Chris only laughed, fully ready to see who really stood on top. Shock washed over Shane when she realized he could even unleash dragon breath. Her body could not endure that force, and she collapsed to the ground, completely drained. Chris immediately began coughing as Hendrick's scale forced its way back out of his throat. Fully assimilating dragon power was still impossible for now. That experiment would have to wait. Meanwhile, the forest had been almost completely erased. The aftermath was brutal. After some time, Shane slowly regained consciousness, every inch of her body screaming in pain. She finally woke up, just as Hendrickk was debating whether to wake her himself. Shane was stunned that he recovered before she did, likely another perk of being a dragon. Seeing a massive black-violet dome above, she wondered where she was. It turned out to be a barrier. Both Hendrickk and Shane had been unconscious while everything around them lay in ruins. Chris clearly had not left the mess unchecked. Shane admitted defeat in her own way, realizing she had overestimated herself. After all, there was little she could do against a monster wielding power on the level of 4 great beings. Shane had underestimated them. Hendrickk questioned why she even proposed such a gamble in the first place. The answer was simple. It had been the perfect chance to fight a dragon, and she could not let that pass. The heroes were speechless. All that chaos for such a reason. Still, this was a dragon born from the 0 floor. Naturally, Shane wanted to know who among them was stronger, and Hendrickk had no real rebuttal. Chris urged her to object if she could, because maintaining this barrier had consumed all the magic he had stockpiled. Since Shane had come around, it was time for her to honor the deal. The key question remained. Who had placed the bounty on their heads? She started with a hint. It was not just one individual hunting them. The bounty came from a guild alliance. Hendrickk wondered what kind of alliance that even was. Shane explained through the logic of punishments. Those who reached the highest floors could not directly interfere with lower ones. Instead, they backed guilds on the lower floors, pulling them into their influence. Those guilds then absorbed even lower floor guilds, spreading control downward. This chain reaction strengthened their power step by step. That structure was the guild alliance. Hendrickk noted that only a few such groups existed in the tower, making them traceable. Chris interrupted, stating that digging was unnecessary. There was only one figure who ruled through methods like this. The Songguk Guild Alliance, led by Kane Pellin of the Star Nine. Shane confirmed his deduction. Kane had already gathered the entire Star Nine. Donas Tylog, their swordsman, understood why the summons had gone out. Rumors said the Sacred Sana Guild was struggling lately. Merlin, the great mage, realized the discussion revolved around the Phantom Mask, who had reached the 50th floor. Dan Joan, the Poison King, was irritated that supposed weaklings had surpassed them. Carmen stepped forward, checking whether everything had been said. Donas bristled, drawing his sword, sensing provocation. Kane calmly questioned whether the next strike would truly avoid Sana Guild. Donas fell silent. To Kane, The phantom mask had been a sprout daring to threaten them. Now, however, Cain viewed him as a gathering of sprouts. Donus wanted to know how Cain planned to deal with that. Did this mean they had to act personally? Cain rejected that idea, noting that direct action would trigger severe penalties. Naturally, hiring someone was the only move left. He had already decided who would be sent. Shane noted that it was still the 300th floor, yet the gap in power felt enormous. After all, kings were kings for a reason, their levels on a completely different scale. The mission had failed, and worse, information had leaked. After the encounter with Shane, the traces of the Phantom Mask's companions grew extremely faint. She was fed to a massive cobra named Camille, turned into nothing more than a meal. In her sleep, someone kept calling Leah for help, the plea repeating again and again. She jolted awake on a rooftop, immediately meeting Chris. Leah asked where that woman and Hendrickk were. The hero explained that they had gone to gather information. Strange entities were now hunting them. Just as Shane warned, surveillance had already begun. Since Leah was safe, it was time to move. Curious, she asked where they were going, clearly having forgotten. Their next destination was the black market on the 51st floor. While strolling through the fair, Miho asked if she could sample some of the food. Chris allowed it since the black market had not opened yet. Leah was lost in thought, still trying to understand the meaning of that dream. Chris noticed and asked what was wrong, offering food. Leah apologized, admitting she was distracted. Miho suddenly rushed over with sparkling eyes, arms piled high with treats, eagerly offering them to Leah. Leah accepted with a smile, but Chris clearly sensed something was off. Evening fell. Before returning to the black market, disguises were needed. Leah stood out too much. Chris dressed her in a cute dress with a matching hat. Miho would stay in her fox form. The group arrived at the black market entrance. Guests passed security and streamed inside. Chris stepped forward and presented a black card, a pass granting access to any black market. The guard hesitated. Such a card could only be obtained with a powerful sponsor backing it. Chris asked if there was a problem, and the guard quickly denied any issues. He escorted them to the VIP section. Whispers spread through the crowd that this man was the Phantom Mask, and he even brought a girl along. The guard led them to a private balcony, explaining that bids were placed using a button in front of them. Chris nodded and instructed him not to enter unless summoned. Spotlights swept the stage as the host opened the auction. Today, the heroes secured Norwich, an item for summoning animals, purchased for 350,000 gold. There were surprisingly few quality items despite the massive crowd, making Chris uneasy. Too many people had gathered on such a low floor, signaling that something huge was coming. The host announced the next item. Suddenly, Leah leapt from the balcony straight toward the stage. With every step closer, the cries for help grew louder in her ears, driving her forward. Someone blocked her path, restraining her. She demanded he move, but he refused. An unpleasant man sneered, asking how she dared covet something he had already claimed. Chris ordered the man to back off, questioning who he thought he was touching. Both the bodyguard and the orc immediately recognized the Phantom Mask. Chris checked on Leah, asking if she was all right. She explained that a voice was coming from the item. The host tried to smooth things over, calling it a minor disturbance caused by heated competition. The auction continued, finally unveiling the next lot. At the sight of it, Leah froze, memories flooding back of walking through her forest village with flowers in hand. The item was a relic of the extinct goblins, an ornament shaped like a flower. Rage consumed Leah at the thought of her people's belongings being auctioned off. Chris told her to trust him. The host announced the start of bidding. The opening price was 100,000 gold. The hall went feral, bids jumping every second. Then that fat orc dropped $1 million like it was pocket change. The judge scanned the room, asking if anyone wanted to top it. The guy was already celebrating, sure his collection was about to grow. A shame he never got to make a stuffed trophy. Maybe this trinket would do. But Leah was not about to let that thing end up with a creep like him. Suddenly, the host's hand stopped her, already moving to pass the ornament over. Then a new bid hit the air. 3 million. The room froze. That number was insane. Chris repeated it calmly. 3 million flat. If the orc could not top it, he could bounce. The host hesitated, then slammed the gavel, declaring the lot sold for 3 million. No one expected the phantom mask to be that loaded. The orc nearly exploded with rage. Looks like ending the auction at max value pulled way too much attention their way. Time to disappear fast, so Chris told them to prep the item immediately. Later, Leah thanked Chris over and over. 3 million was no joke. He brushed it off, saying it was not his money. Thanks belonged to the Golden Lich. A spirit hugged Leah from behind, offering silent gratitude. She reminded herself again that for true peace, revenge was inevitable. Now Chris understood her reaction. Inside that hairpin was the soul of a fallen goblin girl. Suddenly, a bodyguard of that orc lunged at the hero from behind. Stepping back, Chris recognized him from the auction, that same bulky thug. Funny how salty he sounded, considering the orc had lost the bid fair and square. Chris made it clear he would never hand over the hairpin, and the money meant nothing now. He warned the guy to leave before things got ugly. The brute laughed it off. He pointed at Leah, already dreaming of turning a real goblin into a trophy. She dared him to try and charged. Chris shouted that it was too early to rush in. He could not intervene. The bodyguard was already on him. Chris was forced to face the orc's guard, someone on Hendrick's level, maybe even higher. Leah activated her combat foresight. The orc was strong but painfully slow. With foresight guiding her, she could actually win this fight. Then the hammer sprayed poison into the air. Leah clamped her hand over her nose and held her breath. The moment her focus slipped, the brute slammed her to the ground. He bragged that anyone who reached the 50th floor always carried an ace, preferably 2. This one was a special toxin, refined to paralyze goblins. For a while, she could not move a finger. Leah refused to give in, declaring that some paralysis would not end her. She was the last goblin, and she would avenge them all. The orc did not care about her story. This was not her end, just a new beginning after he shut her up. He raised a dagger, imagining Leah joining his collection and calling it an honor. In a flash, Chris severed his arm. The orc stared in shock, curious how the phantom mask moved freely inside the poison cloud. Too bad for him, the toxin did nothing to Chris. The brute was too ugly for a trophy anyway. That left only one option, killing him. Chris warned him not to fake it. He had only lost one arm so far. The second one was next. The bodyguard lunged in again, trying to interfere. Fast move. 1 second later, and Chris would have been in trouble. Something blocked the strike, magic. Chris answered with non-stop 5-finger fire. Sword and magic, both at elite level. The guard guessed Chris carried a hidden class. That raw power felt like facing a veteran from the upper floors. The bodyguard told the orc the situation had flipped and ordered him to run and hide. The orc screamed that a living goblin was right there. How could he leave? The guard pressed a blade to his neck, reminding him of their contract. He would protect him. But the orc was forbidden from interfering in the fight. The guard ordered the orc to vanish, and the brute bolted without looking back. Failing to snatch the goblin, he aimed for the hairpin at least, ripping it from Miho's grasp. Leah instantly gave chase, locked in and ready to finish it this time. The guard was stunned that the goblin was already moving. Either the gas wore off fast, or her will crushed it. Still, he would not let her catch his master. That was when Chris stepped in and cut him off. Where did the bodyguard think he was going? A fight started meant a fight finished. Buildings shattered as repeated sword clashes ripped the street apart. Seeing that power, Chris judged that someone like this did not belong in a back alley pit. The guard fired back that this pit was exactly where monsters like the Phantom Mask showed up. Chris pressed him, calling him a rat too scared to climb higher. The insult hit hard, and the guard blasted Chris away, but his footwork slipped, and Chris carved into his body with a clean sword strike. Bleeding out, the man remembered reaching the 431st floor where he saw the tower's true face. Scams, lies, betrayal, the absolute lowest form of humanity. Betrayed by comrades, he lost his eyes there. And now, Chris dared call it a hole. The blind man roared that at least down here no one hid their nature. He slammed the ground after Chris dodged again. Chris answered that he too had been betrayed and killed once, so he understood that pain. Something snapped in the blind man's mind, his psyche already worn thin. Chris declared that real strength meant climbing to the very top, and then punishing every betrayer. With that, he landed the decisive blow. He cornered the man completely. Chris would not run like he did, because his path demanded crushing everyone who betrayed him. Meanwhile, the orc kept fleeing, swearing to turn both the phantom mask and the goblin into trophies. A busy street was close. Blend into the crowd, and he would vanish forever. He was almost there when Leah sliced him down with her blade. His collection days ended right there. Turning back, Leah froze as a golden card slipped from his jacket. The guard asked Chris why he was spared. Chris answered that the man still had unfinished business. The scum who destroyed his eyes still walked free, and they all needed to be crushed. The guard swore he would hunt Chris down after his revenge was done. Chris smiled, already looking forward to that day. Later, Vulcan mocked Chris for sparing an enemy at the finish line, calling it sympathy from one Avenger to another. Chris told the old spirit to shut it. Leah soon caught up to Chris, alive and unharmed. She reported that the fat bastard was dealt with. Then she showed the golden card found among his things, just like Chris's. It was linked to the auction but useless as currency. Items like this were passes, granting access to a higher-tier auction. This time, Chris might score something truly rare. Leah started apologizing, blaming herself for dragging everyone into danger. Chris patted her head, brushing it off as nothing serious. He understood exactly what that hairpin meant to her. Still, he reminded her that revenge sometimes demanded a cold heart. At the entrance, Chris presented the secret passage card to the guard. That card triggered a special event tied to it. The crowd thinned fast, as few people held secret passage access. The host announced the final lot of the night. He asked if everyone was ready for the main course, as the real prize was about to appear. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, starved for something this wild. Every bidder was locked in, dead set on claiming the lot. The auction floor stirred, tension rippling through the room as nerves kicked in across the board. Curiosity spiked when a cage draped in crimson cloth was lowered onto the stage. Chris guessed it had to be either a sacred beast or some lost relic. The host announced that this was a special treat for the guests, the final course of the night. Chris froze when he realized what these lunatics were actually selling. Inside the cage stood an enslaved dark elf, captured in secret, wrapped in a heavy, ominous aura. Chris knew there was no way this elf girl ended up here under decent circumstances. Stranger still, beneath the dark aura, he sensed pure mana at the level of a high elf. Dark elf ancestors were twisted by demonic influence, while pure mana was the hallmark of their absolute opposite, the high elves. Their auras should never coexist, yet Vulcan noted that if someone had forcibly corrupted a high elf using demonic power, it could happen. High elves were notoriously resistant to corruption, meaning only the four great beings could pull something like this off. Could this be their work? The bidding exploded instantly, starting at 1.5 million. Suddenly, an alien named Hamiel, rank Nita, appeared in the hall and calmly offered 5 million gold. The dark elf screamed in fury, outraged that Hamiel dared to bid, anyone but her. The captive vowed that the moment she escaped, Hamiel would be the first to die. Hamiel dismissed the rage, urging the so-called princess to think clearly. Better to be her pet than a toy for corrupt old monsters. The host announced the final call, raising the price to 5,500,000. Tears streamed down the elf's face as despair closed in. Then someone casually stacked another 4.5 million on top. 10 million gold. Hamiel demanded to know who dared throw around numbers like that. Chris stepped onto the balcony, mocking her sharp math skills for a brainless pigeon. The hall erupted, witnessing the highest bid ever placed on the 51st floor. Hamiel recognized the phantom mask and panicked. How dare he reach for what she claimed as hers? She tried to crush his will with her power, forcing him to back down. Chris raised his hands, amused, as if questioning whether that kind of move was even allowed. Hamiel urged him to stop drawing attention, convinced he could never pay such a sum. The host looked the most miserable, stuck in the middle of this chaos. Hamiel sighed and raised the price again to 11 million. Chris instantly countered with 20 million. Vulcan and Leah were stunned, convinced he had lost his mind. Chris made it clear that if Hamiel could not keep up, she should walk away. She never imagined he would truly drop that much gold on a single elf. Chris was irritated by the way that dumb pigeon stared at him, resisting the urge to gouge her eyes out. Someday he would wipe out every Alayan, but right now he lacked the power. Money, however, could bridge that gap, and for now, that was enough. Hamiel demanded to know how the Phantom Mask could possibly possess that kind of wealth. The host declared the sale complete. The Dark Elf sold for 20 million gold. After the auction, he asked the heroes to wait briefly while the elf was brought out. Chris was also handed a magical key capable of freeing her from her restraints. With a stiff smile, the host asked when Chris might visit again. Chris told him to get lost and hurry up with the elf. Leah timidly grabbed her brother's hand, asking if he truly planned to keep the dark elf as a slave. Chris bristled at the idea, clearly not insane enough to own slaves. Vulcan then asked what that made him, since as a soul he could not even throw a punch. Damn it. One word from Chris and 10 problems followed. Chris asked Leah if she really thought he was that kind of person. No, it was just that the elf looked stunning, though Leah would never say it out loud. Hamiel caught up to them before they left, relieved they were still there, and introduced herself. Chris immediately warned her to forget about reclaiming the lot, as someone else had already paid with their life for trying. Hamiel quickly denied any such intent, apologizing as she explained she simply wanted to know why Chris bought her. Why was she apologizing and asking questions, as if everyone was supposed to be polite to someone like her? Hamiel sighed, knowing there was nothing to be done. She wished she could get to know the Phantom Mask better, but she had already reported him to those above. Chris imagined slicing Hamiel's head off right there, yet he could not kill her now. He could unleash all his power and erase that pigeon despite the punishment. But that would draw even stronger monsters to hunt him down. If Chris did not grow stronger, he would never face them head-on. For now, patience mattered. Hamiel casually mentioned that the hairpin was beautiful, a shame it would never be seen again. She whispered to Leah how unfortunate it was that everything had burned. So that pigeon beast was never after the lot. Her real goal was provoking Leah. It did not matter. Leah knew she had to stay cold and steady now. Hamiel felt it in her bones that they would meet again soon. She would be waiting on the 100th floor. Chris tried to chase her down for more information, but she vanished in an instant. Fine then. Whatever that Elian was plotting, she could wait. He would come for her soul. Outside the 51st floor, Vulcan ordered all spirit warriors to stall the enemies and keep them away from their master. No one was allowed to overhear this conversation. The elf finally asked what Chris planned to do with her. He told her not to be afraid. If he had bad intentions, he would not have brought children along. The elf laughed, claiming they were all the same anyway. Adults or children made no difference. Believe it or not was her choice. First, Chris asked her name. She was Elion von Yggdrasil, and Chris's eyes widened. That was the royal surname tied to the sacred elf tree Yggdrasil, meaning this girl came from an elven royal family. Dozens of fighters were already heading into the forest for a true royal elf. Such high elves could mature fully, and if she turned dark, she would gain fashionable demonic power. And Hamiel came to mind. It felt like she and Elione shared something in common. Elione fit the role of a rebel perfectly. She searched for a way to escape, but the shackles suppressed her power. Even if she removed them, she would not be able to use her strength right away. She had to wait for Chris to act. Then the cage suddenly opened. Chris told her to stand, saying he needed to ask her something. She tried to bolt but collapsed instantly. Elves excelled at mana control and spirit summoning, not raw strength. Chris had bought Elione for 20 million gold. She asked what he was planning. After all, this place was perfect. No one would ever know what happened to a defenseless elf here. She asked if Chris planned to satisfy his lust with her like the other bidders. Leah snapped, offended that Elione would say such things in front of a child, and covered Miho's ears. Her brother was not like that. King Miho declared that a true hero should have at least one concubine. Absolute madness, completely off the mark. Suddenly an explosion echoed in the distance, and Chris ordered Vulcan to report. Bandits were chasing spirits, hunting for the rich man who robbed the auction. It seemed the hero's location had leaked, and a massive crowd was closing in. Chris suspected this might be Hamiel's doing. He told Miho and Leah to assist Vulcan and block anyone from approaching. Leah asked one more time if it really was not like that. Chris lost his temper and repeated that it was not. He asked Elione if she felt like talking now. She quietly asked if Chris had something to drink. Thanks to Miho and Leah, Vulcan managed to buy time. He cast a mass arrest spell, Soulthorn. Elione sobered up and noted that Chris's companions were quite strong, meaning he himself must be far stronger. But if he had such power, why did he simply let that winged woman go at the auction when he could have killed her? Hamiel had been weakened by punishment, and Chris answered that right now brute force would achieve nothing. So he really does suppress his emotions for a higher goal. He and Elione were nothing alike. The elven girl asked whether Chris had ever cut open the belly of his own kin. Once her father screamed for her to press harder and carve out his heart. After that, he praised his daughter. That technique could only be passed on through death. The man pulled the fruit of Yggdrasil from his own body and entrusted their future to her. Then her brother Elid chased after Elione, shouting that their father had been gravely wounded. He was a traitor who sold his own people to the sacred beings. Elid was about to catch her when her father screamed for Elione to eat the fruit immediately, and then an arrow pierced his throat. The fruit shattered, and the one who did it was Hamiel. She infused Elione with demonic energy. The Alien had long pondered. What kind of punishment best suited a noble elven princess who refused to side with them? Hamiel wielded extremely pure demonic energy borrowed from a friend, enough to crush a high elf in a single blow. Elione took pride in her nobility, and Hamiel wanted to stain that pride. The plan was to drag the elven princess slowly into hell. That was how Elione ended up on the slave market. And then she met Chris. Now it made sense. The sacred beings were hunting elves as well. But the elves of the 300th floor were far too powerful to wipe out easily. Even sacred beings could not overpower their mana and spells. In such cases, the most effective method was using traitors from within. That was how Elione's story ended. She lived to help others, but ended really meant nothing. The scum who enslaved her and seized the kingdom were still alive. Chris said that until someone died, nothing was truly over. He invited the princess to join Confrontation and promised to help her crush her enemies. Leah was already exhausted from the fight. She kept worrying whether that dark elf would steal her brother's heart. That would not do. She had to go there right now. Just then, a red orc swung at Leah. Maybe it had come running at the noise. Chris ended it instantly. He checked if Leah was okay, but she only cared about where the dark elf was. If she meant Elione, then she had already left. Chris removed Elione's shackles and suggested she kill her brothers and sisters. He reminded her how they had treated her. She had every right to take revenge. And Elione should do it properly, paying them back several times over. Chris intended to do the same. Leah asked who he planned to take revenge on. He answered that it was the Star Nine and the sacred beings as well. Elione asked him to stop talking about his problems, as they sounded like mere grumbling to her. Then she took flight. Chris realized the elf would not join confrontation. She was leaving to grow strong enough to match him, and would return only after that. As a farewell, Elione asked for his real name, not a nickname. He introduced himself as Death Star Chris Morris. She immediately recalled the spiritual master Chris. There had always been strange gaps surrounding his death. Now it all made sense. Elione smiled and said that if she died, Chris could take her body or soul, then flew away. With that done, Vulcan suggested leaving before others arrived after overhearing the conversation. Staying on one floor too long was dangerous now. Their priority was reaching the 60th floor. The Golden Lich had said he would be there too, but William was having a rough time as well. He had slaughtered many mercenaries within his trading company. Damn it, the Lich was caught off guard, never expecting an entire army to come for him. Flames and carnage engulfed the trading company as raiders attacked the Puppeteer, shouting about the sacred state. That trading company had been created to fund confrontation. If the Star Nine learned about the link between the movement and the Golden Lich, it would be the end. The Golden Lich could not interfere directly, so the Puppeteer intended to defend the place himself. The marionettes were holding off the weaker fighters, but then someone seriously dangerous locked onto the Puppeteer. Even so, the guy barely managed to dodge. Jose Yan, the guildmaster of the giant hippopotamus, commented that this was not bad for a pathetic puppeteer. The Puppeteer realized they were planning to turn the entire place into ruins. His remaining marionettes were wiped out. Benvolio said the Puppeteer should destroy all the dolls, telling Jose not to interfere and to back off. Did he really think Jose did not know that destroying main characters granted bonuses? Ben shot back that it was his White Swallow Guild that had been tailing the Puppeteer, and Jose just wanted a slice of the pie. Such a greedy appetite, straight-up pig behavior. Jose shouted that if Ben's people had not stolen information on the 10th floor, the Puppeteer realized this was his chance while the guildmasters were distracted. He grabbed them and declared that they would become his marionettes. But then a woman attacked the Puppeteer from behind. May, the guildmaster of Partisan, apologized for interrupting their brawl. She said the Puppeteer was her catch and asked Assur to record it. Assur Hum, the guildmaster of Lord Divine, stated that the guildmasters had allowed the Ghostmask to strike first. Now they had to bear responsibility for defiling the honor of the sacred state, barging in here and disgracing themselves. Ben replied that they were not obligated to listen to Assur's lectures, and that May thought she could flex just because she was strong. Was she a representative of Cain? Either way, she did not care. Her task was simply to grab her share. The Puppeteer would not allow her to break through this place. Even if it cost him his life, he activated the Puppeteer technique on himself. May and Jose were shocked, having thought the Puppeteer was already finished. The Golden Lich was his goal, his dream, his ideal. The guildmasters would not take a single step from here. The Puppeteer turned himself into a marionette, wielding power beyond normal limits. Benvolio shouted for everyone to dodge, but something seemed to interfere with the Puppeteer's attack. Then a massive serpent loomed overhead, struck him, and an explosion followed. The Death King Basil and the Demon King Tian arrived too late. Benvolio shouted that these were those who had reached the 300th floor, questioning what they were doing here. Assur replied that they were mercenaries assigned to participate in the plan and entrusted with running the operation. Benvolio could not accept this, and Jose raged that they were supposed to obey mercenaries. Assur answered that this was Lord Kane's order, unless the guild masters wanted to oppose the Star Nine. Ben told him to do whatever he wanted, as he, Jose, and May were leaving, having wasted enough time. Suddenly, the white serpent bit off Ben's leg. Not only were they incompetent, they also dared to defy the orders of the Star Nine. Assur said that people like them were unnecessary to the sacred state. This was Lord Kane's will, and Ben's body ignited instantly. Tiyun said that while alive the guildmasters had been disloyal soldiers, but now everything would change. He ordered the dead guildmasters to rise and fight to the very end for the guild. Now Assur could use former guildmasters themselves, perfectly fitting the Demon King's style. Tiyun asked where the ghost mask was. Assur replied that he was not here yet and had not reached the 60th floor. However, his trading company was here, generating him money, and this place needed to be seized. They could then quietly deal with the ghost mask, but suddenly a skeleton pressed a dagger to Assur's throat, demanding an explanation. Tiyun said that if the ghost mask was not here, he would leave. Was he also planning to defy the Star Nine's orders? Tiyun asked them not to worry, and promised that he would get the ghost mask. He had accepted this job for one reason only: to kill the hero. Let the spiritual master wait for him. The heroes finally caught up with Hendrickk, and it looked like there had been an attack here as well. It took longer than the dragon expected, and he asked whether they had found anything valuable. It was a long story. Suddenly, a pigeon flew toward them. It was a messenger pigeon belonging to the Golden Lich. It delivered an urgent message, with the Lich telling Chris to focus first on advancing to the 60th floor. A massive disaster erupted as the base facility came under attack, with the trading guild being hit hard. The Golden Lich urgently asked them to come immediately, as he would not last long there without backup. Chris needed to try buying time, and Vulcan asked what that even meant. The 60th floor mattered, since it had helped the heroes before, and the Golden Lich controlled trading guilds under multiple names. Managing the tower's finances under a single identity was way too risky. Damn it, it looked like someone had sniffed something out, but Hendrickk had said the Golden Lich was one of the strongest who ever reached the 300th floor. Even if a flashy army showed up, how could it possibly deal with him? Yet Hendrickk himself had heard everything. If William could interfere personally, he would never have opened guilds under fake names. The moment the Golden Lich stepped into the fight, everyone would realize his trading guild and confrontation were linked. Then it would not stop at one attack, as the Sacred Guild would grind him into dust. The heroes locked in their objective, heading for the 60th floor to deal with the affiliated guild's gang. Vulcan ordered everyone to regroup. As they were about to teleport to the next floor, suddenly, someone launched an attack on them. Basil and Tiyun offered an apology, but declared the heroes could not proceed to the 60th floor. The serpent released its venom, and Chris ordered everyone to dodge. They quickly shifted to a rooftop, and Hendrickk asked what that was supposed to be. Chris realized that if these people appeared at this exact moment, everything made sense, as that bastard Kane had sent them. A massive spirit warrior attacked next, and Chris immediately grabbed Leah and Miho, recognizing it as undead. That meant Tiyun was a necromancer, and beside him stood a snake summoner who looked straight up unpleasant. Hendrickk yelled that he would handle the rest, and the serpent turned its focus toward him. Basil noticed Hendrickk was from the dragon race and offered to take him as a pet. Basil even believed he could place him in the highest position. It was tempting to imagine how brightly that dragon scale would shine. Hendrickk rejected the disgusting offer outright and charged again. Meanwhile, Tiyun told Chris that the dragon would not be able to help him. Judging by the pressure, this man was from the 300th floor and even stronger than Shane. Fine. It was time to see what a necromancer could really do. Chris told Leah and Miho to assist Hendrickk, then head to the 60th floor once things were settled. Tiyun would be handled by the hero himself. The necromancer wanted exactly that, and the spirits on both sides clashed violently. Normally, necromancers would fold just from Tyun's skeleton warriors, so the rumors about the ghost mask were clearly not lies. That meant his class was a spiritual master, and Chris demanded to know what came next. Tune answered that the title was far too lofty for Chris and demanded he surrender his power. And if Chris refused, then Tiyun could go screw himself. In that case, Tiyun planned to take it by force. Leah and Miho rushed toward Hendrickk, but the ground shattered and an enormous maw snapped shut around them. Tune declared that if Chris did not comply, his companions would die painfully. Chris told the bastard to shut up and undo it immediately. Raiders clashed with the Golden Lich's guards, and one fighter thought a stone had been thrown at him. It turned out to be gold, an insane stroke of luck in the middle of chaos. Then dozens of explosions erupted, forcing the fighters to retreat. The vanguard continued to be blocked using the same tactics, and Assur believed breaking into the building was impossible. Maybe the trading company housed an unbelievably powerful mage. Then William unleashed his Golden Knight, blowing the raiders apart. That tactic would not last long either, as he would soon be exposed, so time was running out. Chris charged straight at the massive monster, demanding the girls be released. Tiyun would not let him leave so easily and locked down the hero's movements. Introducing Demon King Tyun, who intended to strip Chris of his spiritual master power and become the successor to the Death Star. A successor to the hero, as Miho regained consciousness inside the maw. An entire army of skeleton warriors had already surrounded them. The monster started sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. It clearly looked like it was trying to escape while swallowing the girls whole. Hendrickk was about to strike, but the serpent's jaws blocked his path. That alone was not a big deal, and he began locking it down, but then another snake crawled out of the same mouth. It latched onto Hendrickk, and he flung it away fast, yet the venom still pierced him. In that instant, he saw that day again with brutal clarity. The day his homeland was terrorized by dragons, the source of his rage. Someone reacted with surprise that Hendrickk hated dragons at all. Basil found it bizarre that a dragon could despise dragons. That meant Basil could see everything. But how was that possible? The answer became clear at once, as it was the power of the snake that bit him. That creature amplified the opponent's darkest memories and transmitted them straight to Basil. Yet Basil could not grasp how anyone could hate such beautiful beings, especially when Hendrickk himself could become a dragon, which Basil considered magnificent. Hendrickk clenched his sword tightly, knowing Basil understood absolutely nothing. Those were enemies who destroyed his homeland, his rage born from failing to avenge them and being reborn in an enemy's body. Basil had no right to speak if he could not understand that. Basil questioned what the problem even was, while Hendrickk burned with anger over something Basil called trivial. Basil truly did not get it, since becoming a dragon should have been payment enough for everything. Hendrickk could not even imagine how many Basil had slaughtered just to gather those snakes, all for the sake of twisted beauty. To Basil, that kind of sacrifice was dirt cheap, and he casually remembered to introduce himself. He was Basil, the king of death, and he adored everything covered in scales. If Hendrickk joined his side, Basil promised he would learn to love his true form. In response, Hendrickk decided to introduce himself as well. He was Hendrickk the Dragon Slayer, sworn to wipe out everything with scales. Basil concluded that meant they would have to fight, so this was where Hendrick's foul mouth would lead him. Hendrickk carved through the snakes without much effort, but they kept coming, with no end in sight. Basil could throw as many as he wanted, because a snake like him was not enough to defeat Hendrickk. Then the largest cobra of them all emerged, revealing the others had only been bait. The massive serpent coiled around Hendrickk and constricted him. Staying like that meant certain death, so he tried to escape by activating teleportation. Basil pressed a hand against his face, signaling that he had him now. Basil claimed Hendrickk had been careless and was still too weak to fight him. Basil activated the Serpent Bearer trait to claim the dragon as his own. Everything was set, and Hendrickk was supposed to become his slave. There was only one way to break Basil's control, to fully turn into a dragon and eliminate Camille. Basil knew Hendrickk could not do that. The hatred inside him toward dragons ran far too deep. Even Hendrickk himself was no exception, and Basil believed he still had not accepted his draconic essence. Since Hendrickk did not want to become an enemy again, Basil expected him to obediently become a pet. Suddenly, Hendrickk heard Chris's voice from the battle with Shane, questioning that twisted logic. Hendrickk did not want to become an enemy, so letting his power rot made no sense. Chris had once asked who Hendrickk really was, and the answer had been the Dragon Slayer. But that was not the whole truth, as they were fighters who had reached the 50th floor. If they unleashed everything they had, even someone from the 300th floor could be brought down. Chris had said they were still weak, which meant using every possible method without hesitation. In that moment, Hendrickk transformed into a dragon again, shocking Basil beyond belief. Hendrickk knew he was still weak, and that was exactly why, against stronger foes, he had to fight with everything he had. He would wipe out Basil by any means necessary. Even so, his eyes lingered on the shine of Basil's flawless scales. Hendrickk was perfection itself, and Basil would do anything to claim him. Meanwhile, June was slowly starting to lose ground against Chris. Worse, that lunatic had completely copied the Death Star combat style, the technique from Chris's past life. Chris had to free those trapped and then rush to the Golden Lich. No, those thoughts only disrupted the fight. Beating Chun would settle everything. The hero questioned whether Chun had learned that combat style from Death Star Chris Morris. Exactly so, just like the hero himself. Then Chun could not win, because Chris surpassed the Death Star. Chun bristled at that claim, but the hero vanished in the next instant. He reappeared by diving straight into a mass of enemy skeleton warriors. Chris fused divine power, demonic power, and the summoning of holy demons. Chun was stunned as two incompatible forces merged within one body. No one had ever reached such a feat, and Chris's name was etched into the tower's records. The tower had never seen a being wield both divine and demonic forces at once. How was one supposed to defeat the Death Star when the enemy commanded a stronger army? Yet Chris had to crush him no matter what, just like he had done before. Using a special method, the hero would destroy the beast and then fight the master directly. Only the target changed while the structure stayed the same, a method Chris disliked but trusted. The hero pressed again, since June had called himself the Death Star's successor. With equal rank, the Death Star's abilities could be roughly understood. Chris recalled how he himself once froze before divine power and then died. June summoned his strongest spirits and demanded the Death Star not be defiled. If this ended here, it would be pathetic, so Chris charged forward with his new power. Before divine and demonic force combined, the beast could do nothing as the hero aimed to cleave its core. Chris struck, yet something blocked him, and Chun remained unharmed. Why was that when divine power was poured into the blow? Just as Chris had said, the Death Star had died that way, and June had prepared for such an attack. For every insult, Chris would pay with his life right here. Jun's spirits activated layered defensive magic. Divine and demonic powers were sealed, and those monsters joined in. The undead were brutally strong, especially the fallen guild masters, making simple strikes useless. That meant divine and demonic power had to be used simultaneously. A warning appeared, stating those forces opposed each other and could not be used together. Chris dismissed the system outright, deciding this was the only way. The system still resisted merging them. Fine then, Chris ordered a spirit to devour the conflict, since both powers were his regardless. He commanded both forces and the warrior spirit to become one, crushing the undead. Chun could not comprehend it, as that defense was meant to repel the power of four sacred beings. That meant Chris wielded strength far beyond them. It was neither divine nor demonic, and the system issued congratulations. Chris unlocked a unique skill called Unified Origin, fusing divine and demonic power into explosive force. That suited him just fine, while June ordered the spirits of Jose and Benvolio to shield him. It no longer mattered as Chris lunged straight at June, unleashing an unavoidable blast. Once subdued, Chris pressed his blade to Chun's throat. The hero wanted to know why Chun obsessed over the Death Star. As he claimed, it was because the Death Star suited the tower's master, and Jun had once been a helpless boy. Chris reminded him that the Death Star betrayed humanity and died, questioning that blind devotion. Chun raged that the Death Star had been trapped by the scum of the Stellar Nine. The hero was completely shaken, wondering how that guy even knew this. It was the truth about his death. Had Chun really decided to expose it? He could not believe the Phantom Mask acted like it did not matter. In his hands was a spiritual master tied to the Stellar Nine. And yet, there was no curiosity about that death. He had been the greatest necromancer, and the Stellar Nine, including the Pelona siblings, killed him in a lethal clash. June raged that it had all been a trap and that Chris Morris was innocent. The hero lied, claiming ignorance, saying the Death Star could have played the fool hungry for power. And now it made sense. There were still those in the tower who believed in and remembered the hero. And Chun insisted the Phantom Mask had no right to mock Chris. He acknowledged the Phantom Mask's talent, but never as the successor of the Dead Star. Chris Morris was more than a benefactor to Chun, holding power far brighter than the Stellar Nine. Chun took boundless pride in him. He intended to defeat the Phantom Mask and fully inherit the name of the Death Star. So this was what it felt like when a successor appeared, and it was perfect. That guy had to be claimed. The hero urged June to show what he was capable of. The King of Death saw that the Phantom Mask was not fully formed yet, but already walking the path of a spiritual master. He was nearing Chun's level, and someone who dared insult the Death Star would never be allowed to take that class. Chun summoned hundreds of night wraiths. Vulcan burst out instantly, blocking them with soul lasers, since these were not warrior spirits but second-rate ghosts. Even so, they strongly resembled the warriors Vulcan had created in the very beginning. Had June really reached such a level on his own? He would not stop until he avenged the insult to the Death Star's name, being obsessed with skills and mastery. If Chris had not reincarnated, June might truly have become the next Death Star. Then the hero answered properly, leaving the ghost to Vulcan. He lunged at June and commanded a skeleton warrior to rise. Chris waited for the moment of distraction, but when he struck, June still managed to block it. A violent explosion erupted right in front of the hero. These unfinished ghost warriors exploited their flaw by detonating themselves. Chris needed a way to counter June as the guy declared this his final step forward. He unleashed the Death Star technique known as Spirit Descent. A tidal wave of spiritual force surged, feeling like June's power could swallow the entire world, hero included. For a moment it seemed like the end as that technique was considered unbeatable. But then came a massive shock, showing June was not perfect after all. How had the Phantom Mask resisted the Death Star's technique, and why had it failed to break through him? Chris remarked it was not bad at all, like staring at his former self. As a reward, the hero unleashed the true version of Spirit Descent. As souls devoured the King of Death's body, Chris exhaled in relief, realizing where the Death Star truly was. Chris pierced June's body with his blade and greeted him. In a weak voice, June said it had been an honor to meet the Death Star. Their paths would cross again soon enough. Moments later, Chris greeted June as a warrior spirit. He dropped to one knee and apologized for his disrespect. June had failed to recognize the Death Star and had been unfaithful to his allies. Suddenly, the massive beast Jun had created burst from the ground again. With its master gone, it went berserk, and the hero prepared to deal with it. Chris stopped short after seeing two pairs of eyes, as Leah and Miho leapt out of the beast's maw in joy. A wide smile spread across the hero's face, relieved the girls were alive. Leah explained that Miho had charmed the beast, letting them escape unharmed. Leah had covered her while the fox focused her power, leaving June utterly confused. One had pierced his strongest spell and charmed the undead, while the other wiped out every skeleton inside. Suddenly, Hendrick's blazing breath lit up from behind. So it turned out he was finished too. Basil lay on the ground, barely conscious, his body wrecked. June could not believe a dragon had handled things that easily. Hendrickk returned to human form, making it clear to the King of Death that the victory was his, and that it had been anything but easy. He pressed his sword to Basil's face, signaling that the end had arrived. There was nothing left in him now except a few pathetic worms squirming nearby. Basil spoke to his snake Sheila, admitting this really was the end and offering an apology. Everyone froze when he suddenly devoured his own snake. Hendrickk reacted instantly, knowing that trick would not save Basil. The man savored it, claiming Sheila tasted perfect and that now they would be together forever. Basil laughed and urged her to help him finish off the dragon together. How twisted it was, considering he claimed to love snakes and even took pride in them. They had only ever been expendable tools, and now he had absorbed her entirely. Basil mocked Hendrick's understanding of love, insisting nothing was more beautiful than becoming one. Disgusting. Chris told Leah and Miho to cover Hendrickk, but the dragon demanded no one come closer and no one touch Basil. That freak was his prey, and Hendrickk struck the snake straight into its maw. Its tongue coiled around the blade, dragging the dragon's arm inside. Now Hendrickk could no longer use his sword, and Basil assumed this was the end. Hendrickk transformed into a true beast, terrifying Basil as claws tore across his face. The man sneered that Hendrickk was neither dragon nor human, asking if he was not disgusting. Through that battle, Hendrickk realized something important and was almost grateful for it. He was a dragon slayer, and nothing would ever change that. He had defeated the strongest snake, Sheila, and now dragged her along. June remarked that the Phantom Mask's companions were incredible. Yes, with loyal allies like these, climbing the tower was possible. Naturally, June would go with them, the spirit offering a quiet thanks. Hendrickk wanted to ask what had happened between them, but there was no time. Right now, the Golden Lich was in danger on the 60th floor. The battle was not over, so Chris ordered everyone to move out. June suddenly blocked their path, warning they could not go yet, as Assur was leading the forces on the 60th floor. He was the leader of the Divine Lord Guild, which dominated the lower tiers of the Sacred Empire. Chris asked how strong they were, and June replied their level matched his, essentially paladins of the 300th floor. Hendrickk agreed it would not be easy, but both June and Basil had fallen, so it was not hopeless. But June said that was not the real problem. After the Polonus saved Assur, he became absolutely loyal to them. William had handled the frontline soldiers and believed he could buy some time. As payment for absolute loyalty, Assur alone among the guild leaders received something special, namely divine power from a divine race. The Golden Lich panicked as Assur revived fallen warriors. That meant Assur could rival the heavenly race in power, and right now, he had ordered a full assault. Leah insisted that was impossible while Chris asked what they were supposed to do. Was there really no way, and was that why June suggested waiting until everything was wiped out? But no, there was a way, a method to equalize the Death Star's power with theirs. June declared that Chris had to consume his flesh. The hero was stunned, but June claimed to understand the Death Star's unique trait. Chris possessed the power to absorb items, and a dead body could count as an item. That way, all the strength June had accumulated would become his. Hendrickk added one more thing, noting that Basil and his snakes had been extremely strong. Absorbing their power would grant Chris even greater might. The hero thought they had completely lost it, since there were surely people out there who would want at least their bodies. But June was certain there were none. And if anyone did exist, then it would be them alone. He held deep respect for Chris. If he could help, even with his modest remaining strength, there would be no greater honor for him. June asked his lord to accept his power. Chris agreed with quiet sorrow, deciding to become the continuation of their strength. The hero immediately began absorbing the two corpses. Meanwhile, enemy soldiers were already breaching the building alongside mages. Damn, they were reviving everything at once. At this rate, the building would fall fast. Losses on the Golden Lich's side kept climbing. Buying time by any means was critical. First, William would split their forces by throwing everything into chaos, then jump back into combat. Suddenly, an insane torrent of light pierced straight through several buildings. William wondered if he had been discovered. But this was divine power, something he could barely even imagine controlling. Then Assur announced that he had finally found him. The guild leader hovered directly in front of William, at last identifying the mysterious merchant backing the Phantom Mask. Assur had come to punish the Golden Lich and the Phantom Mask. William noted that this man did not resemble a sacred star at all. Down below, there were surely those waiting to profit from the chaos. Lord Cain had given Assur two orders. The first was to punish the useless guild leaders. The second was to eliminate the Phantom Mask and everyone aiding him. Assur insisted that Lord Cain's command was absolute, equal to divine will, leaving no room for other considerations. The Golden Lich told the fanatic that things would not go as he wished. Assur demanded to know how long William planned to keep running. If Hum discovered his true identity as the Golden Lich, everything would only get worse. William had to keep fighting to prevent Assur from uncovering the truth. But how could he do that while holding back his real power? Something felt off, as William was clearly not using his full strength. Before, he had shown far more terrifying skills, but now he was just dodging. Assur suspected the man was hiding something and decided to force him into fighting seriously. He would uncover whatever William was concealing. Did this guy really think he could protect his companions this way? Then Hendrickk crashed into the scene, the dragon smashing through the building as if he had appeared from nowhere. Soldiers were trapped in the ruins, hoping their lord Assur was unharmed. Assur had heard rumors that one of the Phantom Mask's allies was a dragon. That meant he had reached the 60th floor in a single night, after already dealing with June and Basil. Chris stepped forward, asking whether this man was indeed Assur Hum. He also wanted to know where he needed to go to slit Cain's throat. Leah worried about her brother fighting alone, but Hendrickk reassured her, saying Chris had that special edge. Suddenly, Assur's soldiers launched an attack from below. The warriors recognized them as allies of the Phantom Mask and tried to knock them down. The Golden Lich warned that they needed to deal with these troops first, since Assur could even revive fallen soldiers. In that case, Hendrickk would burn them so thoroughly that not even corpses remained. Meanwhile, Chris decided Assur was easy prey and severed his arm. However, the limb regenerated instantly, an absurd display of power. To defeat him, a devastating strike was needed, one that left no chance to regenerate. The timing had to be perfect for a decisive blow. Chris asked if this power came from the Polonus, guessing he had found a way to please those lunatics. Assur flew into a rage over the insult, declaring that the Phantom Mask would be punished immediately. Chris instantly ordered Vulcan out, and together they blocked the heavenly judgment through summoning. Assur was stunned, since undead should not be able to resist divine power. Curious how they managed it, he watched as Vulcan pointed toward June, showing how. A solid defensive skill indeed. Assur could not believe that June had not only betrayed him, but had also joined forces with that bastard. The King of Death had never followed anyone. From the start, he simply found his own place. Assur set his sights on erasing the filthy soul of a traitor. Chris ordered Vulcan and June to defeat Assur and bring him in. June had grown even stronger and now wielded the Phantom Mask's power. In that instant, Chris donned the fox mask and slashed Assur from behind. Assur crashed to the ground in an explosion, claiming he was cornered but still unbeatable. An infinite source of regeneration had been granted to Assur by a great being. He thought Chris was doomed to lose, but then a serpent seized him. At last, the hero ordered Basil to rise. Assur's final words were about how even Basil had fallen under the Phantom Mask. Assur's head was bitten off, yet he revived instantly, insisting nothing would work. Chris realized Assur could regenerate endlessly as long as divine power fueled him. Assur had to be finished in a single decisive blow. Basil's power had no effect, and even weakened divine energy could not kill him. Was this June's doing? Assur claimed this was the end and they could not kill him. They must have planned to win using Basil's soul, but that plan had failed. June stepped forward, saying they never planned to kill him at all. Vulcan added that their order was never to execute Assur. Their mission was to deliver Assur to his master. All spirits fused their strength with Chris, preparing a strike at maximum output. Assur sensed this was not divine power, but something entirely different. Divine and demonic forces merged, unleashing a tenfold impact. The scorched remains of Assur lay at the bottom of a newly formed massive crater. June said that sharing a first victory with the Star of Death was an honor. Vulcan remarked that someone worthy of succession had finally appeared, though Chris did not get his excitement. Hendrickk called out, reporting that everything below was under control. He added that reviving this ash would require summoning a god or demon. The heroes had stopped them and gathered the sprouts. Chris called it their first true victory. Until now, enemies could claim the Phantom Mask struck by surprise. But today, the fight was real, since the enemy attacked first. Once this news spread, people would start thinking differently, that even the heavens could be flipped upside down. Chris hinted that the Golden Lich should handle that, which was why he was brought here. William, taking the Puppeteer along, said he would go and finish the job. Chris told him to take care of it. Suddenly, Bael noted that his instincts were sharp. Asked what he meant, the demon said something was approaching. A violent quake began, but it was not the ground, it was space itself. Everyone looked up as the heavens split open and a piercing beam of light descended. Chris knew it was not the sky, but the floor itself responding. Hendrickk told the girls to duck as he took flight. June urged his lord to look up as Assur-hum's body rose and reassembled piece by piece. This was clearly divine power, and Chris felt what he had that day, certain it was Carmen Pellin. Assur stepped back onto the ground, declaring the gods had saved him. Now it was time to punish the traitors who doubted the divine. At that moment, Carmen dropped her plate, sensing Assur-hum on the 60th floor had been crushed. Cain immediately knew this was the Phantom Mask's work, but Carmen urged calm. Assur was a special toy, their insurance if enemies tried to wipe them out. When Carmen granted Assur divine power, she secretly embedded something else within. If defeated, he would resurrect as her personal avatar. Now the Phantom Mask would have to face Carmen personally. That divine power belonged to that creature. Hendrickk and Leah burned with rage, as this was one of those who had killed their brother in the past. Assur was surprised that the hero recognized Lady Carmen's divine power so quickly. That filthy divine aura was impossible to forget. Assur could not understand the source of such hatred. Not even a full year had passed since the Phantom Mask began climbing the tower, yet such deep hostility toward Lady Carmen already existed. Assur was about to question who the hero truly was when he sensed Vulcan and June behind him. They struck together, triggering a violent explosion. Assur seized them by the throats with both hands, amused that he could not kill them outright. Now, with such a massive gap in power, they would suffer endlessly, unable even to die. Hendrickk tried to attack, but Assur restrained him. The dragon was powerful, yet now carried the force of the Star Nine. Assur rose into the air and slammed the massive dragon into the ground. The power of sacred beasts was nothing compared to the Star Nine. Assur was declaring their deaths when his movement suddenly became restricted. He felt the source of this force coming from the little one, realizing she was the daughter of a spiritual being. While Assur was distracted, Chris cleaved Carmen's puppet body clean in half. Every member of the team joined the attack, yet the body still regenerated. Assur concluded that no attack could affect him anymore. Now it was his turn. He unleashed heavenly punishment upon the heroes, far weaker than before yet still overwhelming. Chris remained at the center of the blast, while the others were forced to retreat. The hero recalled lying on the ground, his body refusing to respond. Assur noted that Chris had awakened at the perfect moment while he was choking Miho. Hendrickk and Leah were both injured. Assur claimed the Phantom Mask had failed completely. The moment they chose to oppose the Star Nine, their defeat was sealed. They could not even approach their enemies and were now to die by the hand of Carmen's servant. Chris resolved that he would never lose to them again. Assur tightened his grip on Miho's throat with even greater force, cutting off her breath. Suddenly, a nine-tailed fox addressed him. Kumiho, speaking from within the child's body, demanded how Assur dared to touch her. He leapt back in shock, unable to grasp what had occurred. A terrifying sensation washed over him, as if the one who had climbed the tower had truly returned. Kumiho triggered an explosion and teleported the hero and his companions away. They arrived in an unfamiliar place, and Leah wondered if this truly was the nine-tailed fox. Kumiho greeted them, as this was their first meeting, while Chris questioned their location. The fox revealed it was the 70th floor, the dark forest, despite them never climbing there. Kumiho explained that the tower could be ascended in different ways, including a shortcut to higher floors. However, this method granted no points, forcing one to descend afterward, to the floor that matched their true level. Leah herself had grown on the 100th floor without ever climbing there. Hendrickk realized this dark forest was an unopened zone. This desolate land was shrouded in dense fog, easy to get lost in, and he questioned why they were brought here. Chris reasoned that this place might be safer, and Kumiho noted his sharp thinking, yet her hands trembled as she had reached her limit. A nine-tailed fox could not freely interfere in the human world. All she could do was help them escape using this vessel. Kumiho warned that this was only temporary, and those enemies would return to kill them. At their current pace of growth, they could not defeat them yet and had to become stronger. Chris asked what she proposed and where this path to power truly was. Kumiho apologized, saying there was no more time and that the rest should be heard from him. She promised they would meet again and vanished, returning Miho to her original state. Chris tried to follow and question her, but failed. Miho collapsed into Leah's arms, leaving the mystery of who he was. Suddenly, two arrows shot toward Chris. A bow-wielding girl confronted them, demanding to know who they were and who dared trespass into the dark forest. She ordered them to leave immediately, then froze mid-motion as if struck by a sudden realization. Chris made it clear that leaving was not an option, since they had something important to find here, and began summoning Vulcan and June. The girl slowly removed her mask, never expecting that their paths would cross again. The heroes were stunned. It turned out to be Elion. She apologized, admitting that she still reacted sharply to outsiders, though that detail hardly mattered now. Chris wondered whether Elion had already gathered her army. She answered that calling it an army was still too early. For now, it was only several dozen dark elves stationed to guard the forest, nothing more. Yet there was hope. She pointed toward the Dark Idrasil, a new world tree that fed the elves with power. Hendrickk and Leah could not take their eyes off it. Elion explained that it was still insignificant, since the true Yggdrasil was far more immense. Now it was the hero's turn to explain how things had spiraled this far and why they had ended up here. Chris suggested moving to a more secluded place to talk. Hendrickk explained that a sacred star, one of the Star Nine, had intervened, along with a servant who had accepted her power. With Kumiho's help, the group had arrived here, guided by her words that something in this place could help them stand against their enemies. Elion asked whether that meant the so-called power itself. Leah admitted it sounded bold, but she asked Elion for help, wondering if the elf could fight alongside them. Chris stood deep in thought on the porch, realizing how powerless he had been against Carmen. Without Kumiho, he would have died there, and Assur's words about the Phantom Mask's plan failing echoed endlessly in his mind. Damn it, Chris needed a far greater power. Suddenly, a voice remarked that it sensed an unfamiliar energy. It wondered whether the hero had been sent by Baal and Kumiho. Chris had no idea who it was, yet found the familiarity strange for a first encounter. The tree sounded offended, as if they had met many times before, making such words hurtful. The source of the voice revealed itself as the Dark Idrasil. It was the very power the heroes had been searching for. With the total war of the Star Nine looming, Elion agreed that they naturally had to stand together. The Dark Elves would fight on the side of the opposition, and Leah lit up with excitement. Hendrickk, ever the skeptic, questioned whether they could truly handle it, since the danger was undeniable. That was true, but it was all thanks to Chris. Their target of vengeance was the same, leaving Elion with no reason to stay on the sidelines. Leah gave her thanks, certain her brother would be glad to hear it. Still, Elion wondered where he himself was now. The tree expressed gratitude that Chris had come so quickly, since hesitation after such words was impossible. Chris asked why the Dark Idrasil had called for him. The tree answered that it had developed a certain interest. Chris laughed to himself, noting that most beings who took interest in him were far from normal. Baal reassured him that there was no need to fear the Dark Idrasil, as it stood on the hero's side. Suddenly, the tree presented Chris with the fruit of the Dark Idrasil. It intended to give the fruit to him. A fruit of the world tree was normally reserved for high elf royalty, but this was the Dark Idrasil, and considering the changes dark elves underwent due to demonic energy, this fruit was essentially a demonic crystal. By consuming it, Chris could gain immense demonic power. With that power, he could defeat Assur, yet the hero wondered why the tree wished to give the fruit to him. As something akin to a god for the elves, the Dark Idrasil seemed better suited to give it to Elion. The tree asked whether Chris knew the history from before the tower existed. Yggdrasil, its origin, had been created by a god who existed even during the era of the previous tower. It was a gift to the elves, his creations. That meant the god of the elves was the father of the world tree. This god loved and cared deeply for the elves. They were beautiful beings who commanded spirits and possessed long lifespans, unmatched by any other race. The Dark Yggdrasil asked what the weakest point of perfect beings was. Chris figured it had to be pride. Exactly that. The elves were blinded by their own beauty and lived apart from other races. That kind of life suited them just fine. Because of that, they never climbed the tower with the same hunger as others. As a result, for thousands of years, not a single elf managed to ascend the tower. Chris was stunned. The tree asked why gods even needed creations that climbed the tower. The hero reasoned it was to become new gods, with those creations serving as their power, like Baal. Then came the question about workers who took payment but failed the task. What would Chris do with them? Obviously, he would throw them out and replace them with obedient ones. And that was when it clicked. The Dark Yggdrasil explained that their creator had placed great hopes on it, and the Dark Elves, especially Elion. But now, the elves had grown corrupt, allying with other races and threatening the tower's order. At the center of it all stood the Star Nine, the powerful warriors Chris longed to take revenge on. Sadly, Elion had not become strong enough to receive the Dark Yggdrasil's power, so that power was offered to Chris instead. The father of the World Tree proposed a pact. The condition was to unite the Dark Elves, and the reward was the fruit. Chris had no reason to refuse and took the fruit. The system warned that it contained intense demonic energy and demanded caution. Swallowing it unprepared would cause the demonic power to tear Chris apart from the inside. The father of the World Tree said he would help. That explained everything. Branches filled with demonic energy wrapped around the hero. They would partially suppress the power's backlash. Chris summoned Vulcan and Chun. He would pour out every ounce of strength he had to accept the fruit's energy. Their task was to protect their master until he fully absorbed the power or died trying. With everything set, Chris began the absorption. Meanwhile, the others rushed out of the cabin after him. Hendrickk pointed into the distance. Demonic energy was gathering there, something that had not been present before. Leah realized that energy was connected to her brother. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind them. Assur, having slaughtered several dark elves, demanded how the hero dared evade the judgment of a sacred star. He had finally found the rebels' hiding place and was determined to finish this. One dark elf survived thanks to the magic power within him. He asked how Assur had arrived so quickly. Hum replied that the eyes of the Star Nine were everywhere. It was faster to start in areas where they had the fewest eyes watching. Assur told the elf that if he wanted to live, he should summon the Phantom Mask and beg for help. Assur began choking the elf when a dragon's head loomed over them. Assur was blasted back and quickly scanned the surroundings. Hendrickk took the elf from his grasp. Assur questioned why Hendrickk and Leah were even here. It was almost laughable. They should have brought the Phantom Mask, or at least that relic. Since the previous incident, Miho still had not regained consciousness. It was likely the after effect of Kumiho's power. She could not help them any further. Hendrickk was not certain, but the demonic energy above the World Tree was probably Chris's doing. It looked like he had absorbed something insane once again. That left Hendrickk with one option. He had to buy time until Chris returned. He tossed the elf to Leah, told her to take him, and ordered her to get out. She did not want to leave, believing they should stay together until her brother came back. Hendrickk shouted that her strength would not be enough and yelled again for her to run. It seemed the Phantom Mask was plotting something once more. If Assur killed them and Chris did not appear, no one would stop him. Assur advanced. Leah grabbed the elf under her arm and ran. Assur did not like that and aimed for her, but suddenly someone shot his hand. Elion swooped in, demanding how he dared lay hands on her people. The Star Nine had declared war on the Dark Elves. The arrows carried demonic energy, different from the kind used by the Phantom Mask. She interfered with Assur's recovery. Demonic and divine forces were opposites, and constant hits could destabilize him. In that case, he chose to deal with Elione first. Assur moved insanely fast, beyond her reaction speed. Hendrickk stepped in and blocked Assur's arm with his sword. Right here, Hendrickk decided he would stop Assur himself. Hendrickk unleashed the power of the dragon race, releasing dragon breath. Assur's hand chased Eliona, and the dragon urged her to escape immediately. In the next instant, Assur's hand grabbed her face and slammed her into the ground. He was a representative of those beings and had already warned that Elione would die first. At that moment, her fate was sealed. She had defied the will of the gods. Assur suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of energy. So, this was where the Phantom Mask had been hiding. Hendrickk rushed Assur to stop him from striking Chris and challenged him directly. If Assur tried to interfere with the guild head, Hendrickk would have to take his life first. Assur was almost moved by such loyalty and allowed Hendrickk to try stopping him. He blocked the heavenly punishment strike. The dragon was not as weak as expected. With a bit more growth, Hendrickk could have become a real threat. Assur burned a hole through the dragon's body. Hendrickk questioned whether he was done talking. If so, he could attack. Hendrickk was still standing, driven by fierce pride. Assur guessed Hendrickk endured only thanks to dragon blood flowing within him. Wasting so much power on this enemy became the root of Assur's setback. Hendrickk warned him to watch himself, or there would be no escape later. The spirit of the Dragon Slayer's sword unleashed countless strikes on Assur. Impossible. Leah's attack speed surpassed Assur's regeneration. This was the Goblin's legacy. The spirit once told Leah she could only buy time. She could briefly surpass him, but it would not last. His regeneration was too much. Without someone supplying divine power from above, victory was impossible, even if the Masked One returned. Leah knew this. The spirit urged her to flee now. She was the last of her kind. Dying before revenge would mean everything was wasted. Leah recalled how Chris saved her from the kobolds, and how others always protected her. She had received help countless times and never repaid it. She trusted her brother to find a way. Believing in him, she chose to buy as much time as possible. Hendrickk struggled to gather strength, forced to watch for now. Leah was incredible, yet blood streamed from her eyes. She was at her limit. The Goblin girl fought to gain a few more moments, guarding the place until her brother returned. The instant Leah slowed, Assur grabbed her arm. He hurled her away, smashing her into the ground. Cain and Carmen had been right. If these kids kept growing, they would only hinder the Star Nine. Assur gathered power for a massive heavenly punishment to erase everyone at once. Leah no longer had the strength to even move. Hendrickk, clutching his side, shouted for her to run. She cried, apologizing to Chris. Suddenly, everything fell silent and the sky turned dark again. Assur was confused. The blinding light of heavenly punishment had vanished. While he hesitated, a crushing blow slammed into his face. He wondered what just happened. That was exactly what happened. Chris praised Leah and Hendrickk for holding out so well. Sadly, the monster was too tough. Chris ordered the others to retreat to safety. June was surprised they would not fight with Vulcan. Chris had Tom, a new powerful spirit. Tom devoured all the light of heavenly punishment, leaving Assur sickened by the drained power. Chris was infuriating. He let Tom prove it personally as the spirit tore off Assur's arm. Carmen could not understand what was happening. The divine power had suddenly dropped sharply. Did Assur really absorb her power? And where did that insane amount of magical energy even come from? Assur claimed nothing would work. Even if Chris was torn apart, he would still survive. Tom kept biting off pieces of Assur, one chunk at a time. The hero knew the beast would revive again. Each time, Carmen would feed him divine power. This creature was forged from Chris's soul and raw magic. Tom resembled him, sharing that endless hunger. The hero grabbed Assur by the neck. In other words, the creature could devour him forever until Carmen herself descended. Assur screamed, begging her to stop sending power. It was already too late. Chris ordered Tom to devour him completely. Carmen began dissolving into the air, utterly shocked and confused. The floor split apart again as a beam of light pierced through. Carmen crashed to the ground, screaming in confusion. After 10 years, they finally met again. She felt even more vile than before. Carmen instantly recognized the phantom mask. Retribution time had come. 10 years ago, traitors caught Chris off guard. Even then, surrender was never an option. The hero summoned his ultimate weapon, the Bone Golem. Divine power shattered it instantly. Resistance seemed pointless. Chris forced out his last strength to revive the golem, knowing it might be the end. Carmen ended him in the name of the Star Nine. Countless blades sliced his body apart in an instant. Now, at last, the moment of revenge had arrived. Carmen realized this was the dark forest on the 70th floor. How was she dragged here? She was right. It should have been impossible. While absorbing the Dark Idrasil fruit, Chris focused only on killing her. Even surpassing Assur offered no guarantee of victory. As long as Carmen supplied power, Assur would revive endlessly. She was untouchable. Chris needed to sever the bond between master and follower. Then he remembered similar beings on his side. Power transfer beyond the tower was rare. The most common method was through a follower. If Miho used that path, it became her hidden trump card. Carmen realized Chris used Assur to force a summoning and draw her out. Unlike others, Carmen existed inside the tower and was now here in person. A trick exploiting her greed would lead to her downfall. Carmen laughed loudly, confident he could never beat her. She mocked his weakness, barely reaching mid-tower. She prepared to show the power of upper-floor beings. Suddenly, she felt her strength vanish. Chris punched her face and sent her flying. She forgot this was the 70th floor. Her head hit hard. Hundreds of floors of punishment weighed on her. Using power here was stupidity. Confusion struck her. That gaze felt familiar, yet impossible. Then she remembered the Death Star, Chris Morris, the one she betrayed. Rage exploded as she attacked, unable to stand his stare. Tom swallowed her entire attack. Chris stepped in and activated the Rite of Annihilation. Demonic power tore destruction into Carmen's body. That was impossible unless he wielded sacred power. Carmen's limbs crumbled like dust. She collapsed, screaming in fury over her ruined body. Madness filled her eyes as she swore to tear him apart. Light stopped her. The very power she once gave Chris. He returned it as heavenly punishment. Chris stared into the crater, 10 years of vengeance fulfilled. The others rushed to help the wounded, hearing the enemy was driven off. Leah could not stop admiring her brother for summoning the Star Nine. Elion noted Carmen was weakened by punishment, making victory possible. Hendrickk knew facing someone beyond the 600th floor was still brutal. Chris could not deal fatal damage yet. Carmen struck again in fury. He dodged calmly, refusing to let her escape so easily. Carmen demanded respect, claiming supreme power among the Star Nine. She smashed the ground, splitting it apart like an idiot. The shockwave hit the elves, sending civilians fleeing. Elion ordered everyone onto Dark Idrasil's branches. The tree was unharmed. Hendrickk hoped Chris knew the attack would not last forever. Carmen kept forcing power despite punishment. She clashed directly with Chris, their energies colliding. She boasted that a little more effort would crush him instantly. Chris summoned Kamel, Basil's massive serpent. He could say the same. Carmen was weaker than 10 years ago. Maybe crawling at the feet of sacred beings dulled her edge. Enraged, she burst free, burning the serpent away. The explosion consumed the dark forest, turning earth into molten lava. Even holy recovery could not ignore the tower's punishment forever. The more power she used, the harsher the penalties became. She endured it, focused only on killing the Phantom Mask. She justified their actions as smart shortcuts to power. Unlike that fool Chris Morris, a flaming hand nearly struck him. He sliced it apart. Carmen was rushing, acting out of character. Then she stopped attacking. Something felt wrong. Carmen lunged suddenly and grabbed his face. She ripped off the mask to see his face and froze in shock. The truth hit her. The Phantom Mask was truly Chris Morris.